L0 of OperaGX was first.
Loaf of bread. Easy. Okay, so take this file, save as. DLC only. Take out all the base game squares. Based. No based game here. Hey. Yo, good morning. Good morning, Well. Just completed the quest as you went live. Oh, goody. Well, congrats that you got it. First, definitely. That's right, Michael. That's right. Yep, you did it. What up, Yathlin? What up, Quenter? Okay, change it like that. So now that's only the DLCs and the co-ops. Save. Upload DLC only. Wait, there is enough to make a board like this from only the DLC and co-op? Oh, this is more than I thought. Oh, look at all those. Look at all those beautiful squares. Look at them. Oh, goody. That's so many. There's no way anyone can read that. Oh, we have so many to practice. No. Okay, well. Look at all that. I mean, there's no way we do this all at once, right? We gotta like separate this into quarters-ish. Do 25 at a time. We can't do 100 at a time. There's no way, right? What up, just some rando guy? Because, like, look, just... Can anybody read any of those squares as is? There's no way, right? There's just no way anyone can read those. What's that? A bingo for ants? Yep. Is this? No, that's not the right scene. Oh, now there's a scene. Can we read that? Because if I made it an 8x8, that would we could do the weird split ones. I don't know about that. I think we probably just stop the match. We probably split the board by... Okay, so there are 118 minus 2, 116 of them. So if we just did... If we did 6x6s, we could almost get that done in 3 boards. 106. If we did 116 minus 36 is 80. Minus another 36 would be 44. So we could do 2 36s, or 2 6x6s, 2 5x5s. And that would get all of them plus an additional 6 that we can repractice whatever we think are the 6 that I want the most. That probably makes the most sense. So let's start by reducing this down to 36 squares. That I reduced too many. So it should be on line 38-ish. Okay, line 38. So that should be exactly the first 36. So save as DLC only first 36. Save that. Edit the lobby settings to be a 6x6. Browse. For only the first 36. Upload that, randomize new board, start match, and then this one should just have the first 36 that we can see. Yo, good morning. Aha, perfect. So now we can practice this, and they're a little smaller than usual, but hopefully that's fine. And make them a little translucent. Okay, are those somewhat readable? At least if you're on PC and not on mobile. On mobile, I know that's gonna be tough, but hopefully on PC that is readable, and we'll call that good enough. More squares equals more gooder. Exactly, exactly. And then doot, doot. All that good. And hopefully that's set up. I'll do a 7x7 and two 6x6. 7x7 would be pretty tough to read. I mean, I honestly could have just done 5x5s, so that is the default like square looking, instead of doing any 6x6s. Because I mean, we're gonna get through the same squares regardless, so it doesn't really matter how we do it. And then I also need to download the bingo mod. More squares, more gooder. On my TV, a bit readable if I go close. Okay, that's... I don't know how to make it any better, though. Like, if I make it bigger on my screen, then it's just taking up where we're playing. So maybe we do just only do 5x5s instead. Instead of 36, maybe we just only do 5x5, so they're at least the normal size. Yo, good morning. Elden Ring game. Throw it in there. Bingo randomizer. It knows where my game is. No seed. Fog wall, yes. DLC start, yes. Build season. Actually, fog wall should be no. Cancel. Fog wall, no. Hello! It's good we didn't do Skong. I thought there wasn't much left, but there's a lot left. So we give it its own time later, fully dedicated, yeah. Let us go. Okay, wait, did it close itself? Did it crash? No fog wall. Build season. It's crashing. My bingo. is crashing. Huh? What? DLL was not found? What do you mean DLL was not found? You're supposed to be making the DLL, right? Huh? Looking through all the bingo stuff to check. Why it crash? Why it crash? Maybe it needs to have the fog wall, or else it just doesn't work. I'm confused. Let me try again, but let it make the fog wall. Nope, crashing still. Oh no. Would you recommend Nightmane for playing with random/solo? Randoms, yeah. If you want to play with randoms, I think it's a fun experience with randoms. Solo? No. No, I would not. No. Is it... Did it, like, start... Because I canceled one and then tried to start it again. Did I ruin it all? Okay, let me delete it. Extract again. Building new Elden Ring regulation. And it crashed. What is happening? DLL was not found. Why? Why? Are the squares already determined, or are we figuring them out like Sekiro? The squares are determined. This is Captain Domo's bingo. So they are. I mean, they could change, but they are, as of now, determined. And they might shift around slightly, but they're probably pretty set. Night Rain is amazing personally, but I'm really easy to impress. It's a lot of fun with friends. It's still pretty good with randoms. It's like designed with the 3 people in mind. So if you have those 3 people and you get to it, it can be quite good. It's not. The solo is a little tacked on. It's got some things to make it playable, but it's not necessarily like built for it, in my opinion. It works, and if all you want is more Elden Ring, it's kind of just more Elden Ring, and it works, but I don't think it's actually, like, good. I would not recommend it. I don't understand why it's giving me errors. Yeah, it's just crashing. It's just straight up crashing. Over and over. Maybe if I stop the match, maybe it's like having trouble because I'm already doing a bingo match. No, I can't practice without this. Oh no. Oh, no. How to use. The program should find your Steam library and find the Elden Ring.exe path. It did. If not, you can shift right click your Elden Ring executable, select copy as path, paste that into the box. Nope, it knew where it was. Put the seed in that you want to use for randomization, then hit the randomize button. Maybe I have to pick a seed. Maybe if I don't pick a seed, it just doesn't work. Nope, it crashed with a seed. Oh no, I knew this. Oh man. Let me see if I can get the previous mod to work. Okay, the previous one worked. So it's just the new one. It's just the new one. There's just a problem with the current season one. Supposedly this is the fixed version. Okay, let me try the unfixed version. There was a previous version that was lacking some sort of fix. Let me try that one. A 6x6 bingo? Well, we're just practicing all the squares, so... I figured it would just be very slightly faster to, have more squares on the board to practice at a time, but... It might be better not to. It might be better to just do 5x5s. Okay, the previous one... works. Okay, so it's only the current fixed quote unquote version that is not working. That's weird. That is weird that the current, newest, most fixed version is the only one that's not actually working. Okay, well, let's try it. Make center square not as valuable. So we're not actually playing it like it's a board. We're just practicing the objectives themselves. So like, okay, show Elden Ring. And it still has the stupid black screen flashbang remover in it. Oh my god. Elden Ring, please show up. Properties. Oh, I see why. There we go. Okay. Let's see. So like whoever gets 19 squares first. No, this is just practice. I'm only doing the squares. This is not a race with somebody. This is not against somebody. This is not you know, a winner, a loser. This is just completing all of the squares to see if I remember how to do all of them. So that I can... And coming up with, oh, this one I could do either here or here. Which one's faster? Let me... You know, it's just remembering and practicing the individual squares as they are. There is no goal or objective here besides practice. Cheering for Mitch to win. Yes, yeah, as you should be, because I need the cheering. Just coverage, yeah. Okay. Practice. And then I think we go with no keepsakes was the play. And then Bingus! I also need to remember... Doesn't matter, but I'll randomize new board. So there should be no... Even if Mitch blocks Mitch, Mitch still wins. That's true. I'm unstoppable. Okay, also. Oink. While we're just practicing. Good time to have that on. Okay, and then... Put on the bingo timer. Take off live split, because we don't need it. Make that timer smaller. That's a little... It's a little large. There we go. Okay. And then double check that everything's set up. Oh, I know one thing that's not set up. There we go. Got that now. No, wait. That should be... Wait. You don't get the Spectral Steed Whistle till you touch the Grace. That's right. And then I can equip that and that. Like that. Yes, that's how I did it. And then there's no Fog Gate, which is good, which means I set things up correctly. Okay, okay, okay. And now I also need to remember all the controls for Elden Ring because I've been playing games that are not Elden Ring. Okay. I'll be doing DLC. Okay, this looks correct. The mod is working. I don't know. I don't have the most updated version of the mod, so we might be screwed on that sometimes, but should be fine. And I gotta remember what all my plays and plans and tricks were for this season. I believe that I was inventing the meta that nobody else was doing, but I think is really good, of the Golden Vow Flame Grant Me Strength meta. Because I think that's like... This is like 15% extra damage, and this is another like 25% extra damage or something. So you combine those two, and it's like you're doing like 50% more damage because they stack multiplicatively. I feel like that's gonna be strong. Like if you compare that to the meta that everyone's been doing of Ritual Sword Talisman, which is 10% extra damage, which is still very, very good. We still probably also go Ritual Sword. But 10% damage versus your 15 and your 25, you know, and these are both cheaper, I feel like makes sense. Another educational stream underway, yes. About to pogo an Elden Ring. I can't. The animation's too bad. I can't do diagonal pogos. Okay, so that was... Yeah, but... What was our full start? Okay, so... Yeah, and then as far as hard tiers went, I think I always started Strength and Dex, because it's only 10,000, and gets you set up for, you know, almost any weapon you could find. It's like... For 10,000, very, very cheap, and lets you be a lot more flexible with what you're gonna do. Excuse me. And then you also would want Opaline hard tier to swamp to eventually, but 5,000 at the start maybe is something you can't afford. Although eventually swapping to Thorny... or Stone Barb, or both, is always very good. Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. So... yeah, dagger. There is Axe Talisman. You could go a charged attack build. It's very expensive, though. Oh, I think Rotwing was something a lot of people were doing as well. Which makes sense if we have money later. Lord of Bloods, if we're going Katana, Lord of Bloods makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so things to think about. Obviously, there's the individual squares, the individual boards. But more than that, I think finding the individual stuff, I don't think is, like, generally too hard. But if you... I want to have a good setup. I want to have a good plan at the start. And if I can have a good plan at the start, I feel like we'll be in a good spot, so... Bless. Thanks. Oh. Hold on. Let me open the program for keeping my mouse locked to the one window. Ooh, which might actually be bad because I do need to tab out to... mark bingo squares, but let's see if it works. Yeah, it works. It works kind of weirdly, but it works. But then I have to tab out to actually mark bingo squares, but that's probably fine. Is Aggie doing base game? For my duo. Yes, Aggie will be doing base game. I'll be doing DLC. Yes. Oh. Is Mirai's Executioner Sword actually a good sword in base Elden Ring? I wonder. We do know that basically every katana is at least usable. So doing a katana check always wouldn't be too bad. 23 arcane. Wow, okay. After many hours in Souls-like, I'm not getting used to Skong enemies having body hitboxes anytime soon. Yep. Team Breast Buddy is going crazy. Domo would not allow us to be Team Breast Buddies. We have to be Team Monkey Business. If I recall, it's good with multi-attack talismans. If you wanted to use the weapon art, which I'm not going to do, no. I would just swing it around as a greatsword. I don't know what its default moveset is. Let me see. The more weapons we can get familiar with, the better we're going to be. Seems like a pretty standard greatsword moveset. Seems decent. Unfortunately, the charged R2 is the, like, overhead smack version. It's not the side-to-side version, but that's fine. It's probably a good enough weapon to use. It presumably gets staggers on the Black Knights, which is all you need. If you've got any weapon that's big enough to stagger the Black Knights, you're doing pretty fine. Looks like a cricket bat, yeah. But we actually hit with the pointy end. There was... Lies of P, the DLC, had a weapon that was like, oh, it's like a sword. But no, you smacked them like a cricket bat with it. You smacked them with the flat end, and it was very funny looking. Okay, and then I would always flask up. 10-4 is probably good, or 12-2, because I don't really use mana that much. I'm probably more of a 12-2er. But I also shouldn't need 12 heals, in theory. Because they're, like, fully charged out heals, so... it would be pretty bad if I needed all 12. What is monkey business selling? Bananas. Well, we don't actually sell the bananas themselves. We sell stocks in banana companies. We, Wait, well, you'll... Yo, Tom! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yo. Okay. Banana futures. That's right. We've got to figure out the proper setup. And by proper, I mean there's obviously a ton of different ways to do it. But the thing that I would feel most comfortable with for our racing with Tom at Speedrun Summit coming up this weekend, leaving in not that many days, leaving in 4 days. So welcome on in, Raiders. So I gotta be ready. So I think I always buy the armor. I think I'm gonna be an armor enjoyer, because the total set of armor costs 13.5. I feel like that's not that much for like... Ooh, but it's possible to become too heavy with it, though. Which is maybe fine, and you just get a little more endurance every time. How much endurance would we need with Mirais? Mirais is a weight of 11.5, which is heavy, but not like the heaviest thing ever. Whoops. Isn't armor only relevant if you plan on getting hit? Well, if I plan on living through a hit, you know. CBD, Chris, and Swed might need a 4th for bingo practice. IDK if they're doing more games. Yeah, I mean, and I could join them. It's just like, I know that I will not be prepared because I don't remember how to like set myself up at all. So I'd be like doing this in the first, you know. Do you have to calculate how much you'd need? Because there's nothing in the level up menu that tells you when you swap to medium load. It'd be nice if they had that. They have that in a lot of Souls-likes. They'll tell you in the menu when you would swap to no longer heavy load. This isn't Skong. Are you sure? So 36.8 divided into 0.7 for the max that we need is 52.5. That's actually not that high. 52.6 specifically. We need 52.6. Also, nice voice crack by me. You know if there are any new bingo squares? I think there's like 1 or 2. Mostly it's squares that used to have a set number that we had to do. Now sometimes could have more or less that we need to do. So you need to be ready. Okay, only to 13. So if we always went to 15 endurance, 56.1 times 0.7, that would always get us up to 39.27. That feels like a reasonable thing to do. So 39.27, which is an increase of 2.5 almost from this. So that gets you almost up to a weight of 14. You could have up to a weight of 13.5 and still be medium. That seems like a reasonable... Seems reasonable. I feel like that's reasonable. Go check how much you need if you start with a colossal weapon. Yeah. Well, so we could just see... Colossal equals no helm. That's probably it. It's probably always go to 15, and then if you get a colossal weapon, just take off helm, and then if that's not enough, take off helm and gloves. It's probably just always go to something like 15, which is a good middle ground, where you're unlikely to waste too many points, because most weapons you would need at least some endurance, but you're also you know, you're flexible enough that it's like, oh, if I have something that's super heavy, I can just take off a bit. So Troll's Golden Sword, we would not have enough currently. We would have to take off 5 worth of weight. So yeah, basically helm or helm and gauntlets, and then we'd be fine. Or you could just take off pants. Yeah. YouTube sub? Oh, let's see. Let me tab out. Yo, ZK Clips! Yo, thank you for the new membership, is what they're called on YouTube. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Let's go. Bought a banana. Huge. Okay. So yeah, I think 15 endurance makes sense as a starting plan. 10 flasks feels correct. Lets me do mana stuff if I want to. Who wears pants nowadays, right? Who does? So that seems reasonable to me. Okay, if I were to upgrade, this is a somber weapon, yeah, almost certainly. So if I need to get 24 into 1.5 is 16? Need to get to 16 strength, 14 dex, 23 arcane. If I were to do that through levels, does not leave me with a lot. So it probably, if you got a weapon like this, you'd probably have to make the audible call. Okay, I need the... There is no arcane tier? Oh. I thought there was an arcane tier. There's only strength, dex, int, faith. Okay. Well, I mean, that can still get us not having to spend any more money on strength or dex. So if I always go strength, dex, and then this one happens to need... Arcane up to 23. That's not so expensive, then. That's actually fine. All right, have a good one, Javrin. Okay, so if we do that... then at least... Oh, yeah, and I should put that there. Then at least after doing this... Yeah, we now have enough to wield the weapon. That's usable. No vigor tier. What the heck? And then how much does it cost for all the stones and upgrades? Talisman? Yeah, we would like talismans, but I think the other stuff generally is more important. The being able to actually wield your weapon is super important, and upgrading the weapon is super important. So how much does it cost to fully upgrade? Oh, wait, do we even have enough? Do you even buy the 9, or do you just go 8? I feel like you probably just go 8. I feel like there's no way the upgrade from 8 to 9 is worth more than, like, talismans you can get and stuff, right? Maybe you even stop below 8. Maybe it's, like, 6 or 7. Yeah, because now we have, like, no money. Instead of buying levels into something like Arcane. No. I have to have Arcane in order to be able to use the weapon. Like, you can't... I couldn't use the weapon if I didn't have Arcane. So, obviously that's more important than talismans. think they mean an arcane talisman. Oh. Is there an arcane talisman that you can buy? That's actually a good point, though. No, you're right. The talisman is in the DLC, so you can't buy it. Okay, so which ones are there, then? Are there any stat talismans? You can't buy any stat talismans. None of these are stat talismans, right? Yeah, no, there's no stat talismans anyway. I mean, I guess there's a equip load from Erdtree's Favor. Or a equip load from Great Jar's Arsenal. That could be better than leveling up endurance, actually, now that I think about it. Could that be a meta? A meta play? No stat tallies, only physics tiers. Yeah. That makes... Yeah, that's what I thought. And there's no arcane physic tier. Okay. There is in DLC strength and dex. Yeah. But you'd have to go get them. You'd have to spend the time, which I don't think would be worth it. Just for saving some money. Upgrading to 9 saves you from going back to Noog for late game. That's a good point. That is a good point. So you'd be weaker off the bat, but you wouldn't have to spend the time going back. That's actually probably a good point. Yeah. Is this talisman not randomized in DLC? From this shop? No. This shop is things that you're guaranteed to have. There's just not a lot of money for things at the start. You really do have to, like, come back to make your build, which makes sense. So... Okay, anyone know the math on Great Jar's Arsenal and Erdtree's Favor +2 of how much effective equip load they get you? Like, how much effective endurance they're worth if all you care about is equip load? I mean, I guess I could just buy them both and try them out. It's not like we're attached to this start. I could always start over if I buy the wrong things. Yeah, let's just buy them and see. Ooh, Great Jars gives way more than Erdtree's does. So 56.1 to 66.8 gives you 10 extra, but really only gives you 0.7 of that. Gives you 7 extra, costs 1.5. That is a net gain of 5.5 more weight that you can have equipped. Probably wouldn't get Mirage anyway. Maybe Rotwinged, Thorny, Alex Shard could make the weapon art go burr. Good. I was just thinking it's a great sword. Is it a trash great sword if you want to actually swing with it, or... Whereas Erdtree's Favor only gets you 4. 4 times 0.7 is 2.8, but it costs 1.5, so it only gains you 1.3. Erdtree's Favor is probably never worth it, but I could really see Great Jar's Arsenal being a strong pick as an early game talisman, so that you don't have to level up endurance and have a good shot of being able to wear armor. IDK doesn't have status. Yeah, whatever. I feel like as long as it hits good, isn't it fine? We could always just go check real quick what the katana is. I don't know in general if it's worth it always, just to always check the katana if you don't have like an A tier weapon in the shop. Or whether something like Mirage, which is not an A-tier weapon, but honestly, it's probably like a B-tier weapon, I would guess. It's at least a greatsword, and greatsword has a good moveset. Is that good enough to rock with? It does kind of feel like you just want to commit to one or the other, though. Like, if you go check the shop, there's nothing. Then you have to warp away and get the katana, then come back to the shop to upgrade. It feels like such a waste of time. Magic is kind of bad in DLC, isn't it? Yep, Magic's pretty bad in DLC. You're probably just going physical something, some sort of sword type object or hammer or something. I'll be honest, I kind of hate the randomized DLC weapons. Like, there's just so few good weapon checks in the DLC that it feels like you're just all forced to funnel into, like, the same things. Need starting randomized classes. Yeah, that could help a lot. Where then you could still, oh, none of these classes are good, I'll do the checks or whatever. But I don't know. Honestly, just personally, I don't even care for like randomized weapons just in general. Like I don't find it to make that much more interesting of bingo, but I do think at least that, you know, if you're going to do that, which is totally fine, in the DLC, it's just like there's just so little. Rakshasa, now that is a worthy, that would be better for sure than Mirais. But what are the odds that you get a great katana? Because if you get a great katana, you're set. You're like, oh, easy. Versus getting a regular katana. Because regular katanas are fine, but not like... Definitely not as good as great katanas. Base game changes a lot. DLC, it kind of makes things worse on average. Yeah. Could totally see that. Are you base game or DLC for the actual season? Am I forcing you to learn DLC against your will? Or were you learning DLC anyway? Katanas are most likely still the best class to check. If you're going to check one, katana is like the only one that makes any sense in the DLC. There's a great sword check in the castle, in Castle Ensis, but... What was my map button? Oh, right, it's G. But, like, going in across the bridge into Castle Ensis, going around, climbing up the thing to check in the chest is, like, so much commitment. I'm playing both in practice. Not forcing me to do anything. Hooray. Our backhand blades still mixed with daggers. Yep, so they're just a terrible check. They're... I think it's impossible that you actually get the backhand blades. You could get, like, the Smith Script Circ or whatever, which is a backhand blade type weapon. So yeah, like, non-randomized, there's at least 2 weapons you can go with. But randomized, it feels like everyone is like, there is one weapon you can go with. You get whatever the great katana is, or the katana is there, and you rock with that every time. And it seems like everyone is just going to only do that, which feels very restrictive. There's also a great hammer down here that I would honestly use, but... You have to kill the knight, and killing the knight without a good weapon just takes forever. You could get Ivory Sickle. Oh my goodness. I hate that so much. They clearly should be mixed with curved swords. I agree with that. I don't know that curved swords would even be good enough still. You might still full skip them, hard skip to katanas, but... I mean, curved swords would be a lot better than daggers. Pull was great katanas separate from regular katanas, but that wouldn't make sense. Yeah, no, it's if DLC weapons were only mixed with other DLC weapons, it would be too easy to get something good. Like, and then there's like, yeah, there's literally nothing else you can check in the DLC. You either go straight for katana every time. And if you're going for katana, do you just literally skip looking at what's in Round Table Hold? I think you do. I think you just commit to katana. And then only if you get a really bad katana, then when you're going to upgrade it, you can look at what's in Round Table Hold. And otherwise, I think you just commit to katana. Which is... I feel like very unfortunate. Like, I don't think that I like that much. That the meta probably is just going to be everyone checks katana and everyone uses the same weapon. Like, in the bingo showcase, I think it was Aggie versus Chris that they did. When was that? Somewhat recently. Aggie checked Katana, Chris didn't, and Chris just got slaughtered because of it. In the DLC stuff. It was 2v2. Oh, right. It was, we were submitting. It wasn't a showcase. We were submitting to try to showcase at GDQX. Where Chris was just getting slaughtered on all the boss fights because he just didn't check the Katana check, whereas Aggie did. Our shop selling weapons is more selling anything good. No, more is selling what he normally does. I can go check, but it's like arrows and stuff, I'm pretty sure. I don't think he normally sells any weapons, so he doesn't sell any weapons. Talier normally sells a spark thing, the spark, or not the spark one, but the perfume, that's it, perfume. So he sells a random perfume bottle thing. Normally it's the deadly poison perfume. So instead it could be the frosty perfume or the fire perfume or the lightning perfume.
Together, many things.
Yeah, he sells arrows but no weapons or anything. So
Goodbye.
unless you want a perfume bottle, which obviously you don't, it seems like katanas is the only play. No merchants to check in the DLC? Not really. Not really. Hello, what up, Agronio? Yeah, like, the DLC is just too light on early weapons. Like, by the end of the DLC, there's weapons that you get. There's the remembrances and stuff like that. But you're never going to want a hard pivot weapon because it would take re-upgrading another weapon, which costs so much money. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't want to do that in base game either. You want to find a weapon and commit to it. But in base game, there's a lot more, like, places to check. I think in DLC, we have to go Katana, and that's it. Since you're the bingo god, I had to ask, are DLC greases the only thing added to the Collie shop from Season 4? Weren't greases in Season 4? But also, I am not the bingo god. I am, like, the bingo novice. I have not much that I know. Yeah, I think all these greases were there in the previously, I think. Oh, not the DLC greases. Oh, yeah. The, like, golden grease. Yeah. And royal magic grease and mesmer fire grease. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think that's the only things added. You're right. I forgot. I misread what you said. Eternal sleep grease. Dragon communion grease. Which, like, if you were gonna buy one of the greases, you'd obviously buy the better one, right? Also, why is Eternal Sleep Grease cheaper than Saporific? Oh, well. I also might not have the most up-to-date version because I tried to download the most up-to-date version and it just kept crashing, so... Meta is going to end up being Katana and pray for good Katana. IDK how many of the Katanas are good enough for you to run with, but there's only 13 in the pool. I believe 11 or 12 of the 13 are good enough to use. I believe we looked at it and 11 or 12 of the Katanas and Great Katanas are good enough to use. We're all but 1 or 2 is what I should say. Whatever the total number of Katanas and Great Katanas is, I believe all of them are good enough to use except for 2. Which are Hand of Melania, which requires way too much dex. Like, way too much dex to use. It costs all of your money to just upgrade your dex, and then you're completely screwed, and you can't even, like, upgrade it or anything. And there was one more that I think was, like, mediocre, but, like, usable. Anything but Serpent Bone and Hand of Melania. That might be it. I feel like we tried out Serpent Bone, and it was like, fine. It was like, this is usable. It wasn't good, but it was, like, usable. Yeah, I think that was it. Anything but Serpent Bone and Hand of Melania. Yo, what up, Asanu Nasa? Thought colossals could be good, but very expensive. Well, how would you get a colossal?
Goodbye.
Where would you check a colossal? Or would that just be from the shop? From the from Roundtable? The forge would be the first one, you're right. But then you have to go through the whole forge. I mean, I guess if forges are on the board, you could plan that. But if forges are not on the board, like, you're gonna go through a whole forge to get a weapon check? And, like, it's out of the way-ish, too. It's not, like, way out of the way, but it's not the direction of Tialier skip, which is where you're gonna want to go almost every time. Like, ugh. That seems tough. That seems tough to commit to, you know? Aggie's cheating. He's on an OLED monitor. That's cheating. Did you get it from the Black Knight in that church nearby? You can get a great hammer there, yes, but you need to find a way to kill the kill it in a reasonable time. Killing it actually isn't that bad. You can kind of backstab loop it, but killing it in a reasonable time is bad. Let me see how Mirage feels to swing around by going to that Black Knight. It comes down to how much you can gain from looking for good weapons versus just running with the best one from the shop or a random katana. Yeah. Well, let's say for now that it's going to be shop or random katana. Let's say that those right now are your only two options. Then we just want to figure out, is it better to always shop and forget katana? Always shop and do katana if needed? Always katana and forget shop? Always katana, but if it's a bad one, check shop? Or, you know, some sort of, you know, combination of them. Like, obviously, if it's like the worst thing ever, you would always check the other one. If there's literally nothing. But as a general plan, rolled early. My bad. Church guy has the best weapon class in that church. Do you mean this guy? With the great hammer? I think back to roundtable anyway, so it's probably better to check katana since it's more consistent. No, check katana, shop backup. Yeah, but it's just like, if you end up going with something from the shop, you've wasted a good amount of time checking the katana, right? Like, obviously, you could just always check shop after katana, but yeah, Mariah's, I feel like this does good enough. The weapon art, I don't know about. Great stars! Holy, that would be a game winner. That would be a game winner. If you happened to come here first and it was great stars, the problem is we killed him only so quickly because I have an upgraded sword. If I didn't have an upgraded sword, that could have taken a really long time. But great stars is... Great stars is peak. That's a great one to get. Yeah, I think we looked at the great hammers and it was like 2/3 of them were pretty great. And 1/3 of them were like, it's still usable because it's a great hammer, but... Blessing America is one on the board, then maybe. Yeah. You would probably do this as your third or as your final Blessing of America for however many there are, and then grab the blessing and then kill the knight. would be probably, I would guess, what you do. So that way you can grab the blessing, mark off the square, blocking your opponent out of it, then take the time killing the knight to get your weapon to catch back up after. Why don't weapon upgrades transfer? Because that's how the game works. It would be possible to mod that in, like the randomizer does that, but that's not, I think, the way that they want the bingo to go. I would be perfectly okay with that as an added mod into the bingo, so that it's easier to like pivot out of weapons, so that you don't have forced into this, you need to commit to something at minute 0, you need to commit right now, you must never change weapons. Feels pretty bad, but you know, it is what it is. That is the way that bingo goes. Is Milady grouped with greatswords? Yes. So if you do Milady, you can get, there's one other curved greatsword, two other. You can get, Rolana's, you can get, Leda's. I believe you can't get the regular Milady. I believe it's like randomized always to something other than itself. And those are like two of the biggest whiffs. The rest of the greatswords are at least decent. Like, we're using Mirai's right now, which is probably one of the worst greatswords, or worse greatswords at least. And it's still pretty solid. Like, it's not bad. Milady. Tips Fedora. The auto upgrade isn't implemented into the mod. Yeah, that's on purpose, though. They could definitely do it. They just don't. That is not the vibe for bingo. I think it would be neat, but it is not the vibe for bingo. It would maybe be a little too easy then to... Going to New York on your birthday. Uh-huh. Yes, I will be in New York. Skip from crosses isn't too bad. Faster than coming from the front in most cases outside of bowls or fog rift catacomb. Skip from crosses isn't too bad. Yeah. To get to Milady? Where, I don't know that I've seen that. Let me go do that real quick and then you can... So remember the mega board I did last season? Yep. For practice. Let me see how it would be from the skip. Like, this is all getting to start to become very board dependent, which is like what you want out of a bingo. You don't want the plan to be the same every single time. But as a player, if I have a plan that works regardless of board, I'm gonna be happy because I can then win off of that. Just grab the graces along the way in case I want to come back to look at something. When's my last stream before I go? Probably the 9th to the 10th. The stream starting on the 9th that goes into the morning of the 10th. It would be... If I streamed from the night of the 10th to the 11th, well, my flight is at 9:30 a.m., which means I probably want to leave here like 7:30 a.m. Or 7 a.m. probably, realistically. Which means I want to get to bed at least, you know, before midnight. So it would be a very short stream. I don't know that we'd get much practice at all. Okay, do I remember this skip? I do. Hooray, me. Stream before flight. No. 90% of the time, whatever's good in shop, but how many times do you need a weapon for the first 15 minutes of a match? Well, right. Sometimes. You look at the board and you decide that. Go to the Statue of Liberty? Maybe. I was thinking of going at least to, like, Times Square. Taking DLC in Agatha Base. Correct. Wait, would I ever want Disgrace? Probably not, but let me grab it just because I'm not, like... We're not going for speed right now, we're just going for testing stuff. Or else stream at the Statue of Liberty? Why? Also, no. Not doing IRL streams. I would have nothing interesting to stream, so the only reason to stream would be to, like, I don't know. I don't even know why you would stream IRL if you have, like, nothing interesting happening. Out. Those guys hurt. Hell, that's you guys are sounding pretty parasocial. What do you mean hang out with you? Like, if I wanted to hang out, which, like, in general I'm very introverted. I just want to, like, chill out and relax and whatever. But if I wanted to hang out, like, that sounds more like a Discord thing than like a live stream thing. I don't know. Okay, so the skip from the backside. Like, we stream to do, you know, interesting stuff, you know, playing games fast or challenging or for the first time or having fun with it. And if I'm just, I don't know, like, oh, look, it's a statue. And walking around, like, I don't know. It just seems boring. Okay, so the skip. Do I remember the skip? Is new Lies of P set in Wizard of Oz? Probably. I don't think we know anything about it. I don't think they've announced anything. Right, that stream would suck. And partly that's on me. I'm not good at it. There are IRL streamers that can make every moment interesting because they're constantly doing wacky stuff. That's not me. That ain't me. Okay, how was the skip? It was like you land on that little ledge there, I think. Is that the way people do it? There's a new skip. Okay. You remember the sequel bait at the end of Lies of P? Oh, I remember it. It's just... That's not the guarantee that that's what's next, and that wasn't just like a little silly, you know, fake teaser. This is from Moonrathil, Shield, and Sorcery, so not this one. Okay, so if you wanted... Well, if you want Milady... Oh! The one to get there. Oh, I know which one. Right. Yeah. Ah, that one. Yeah. The one that you would also do if you wanted to get the the talisman, the like super heavy defense talisman. Okay, hold on. Let me remember how I did this. I think I went this way to here, and then I fell down like this, and then this way. And then you go... I think you, like, land like this, and then off like this. That seems right. Which you would also do for the Mikola cross. New rock jump we developed in our event. A rock jump. Okay. Do you have a clip of it that I should look at, or... Okay, and then if you were to go from here to Milady, which is over there, I think. This still seems pretty far. Also, what's in here? Oh. Nothing interesting. I guess that's kind of not too bad. Blaster! Well, that could be a game winner. But I mean, that's like the one big hit. Outside of that, great swords are decent, but Blaster is a step beyond. Blaster is dummy good. But only if you know, got the stats to use it and all that. I have to remember my keybinds for this game are not the same as my keybinds for Night Rain. Okay. So, let's see here. So our options for starting weapon. Katana. Check shop. Great hammer. Dagger. No. Perform the skip backwards. If you are doing Mikola crosses. If you're doing Mikola crosses, if that's one of the things on the board, then I think you could go for that. I think you could go for the greatsword if you're doing Mikola crosses. Where you do 1, 2, 3, perform the skip, do this, 4, 5. You end here, then you grab the greatsword. And that way, it can be your first, thing that you check as a weapon. You hope for a good greatsword. Hopefully you get a good one, and then if not, you check the shop. It seems like it's probably always going to be check one thing, and if it sucks, then the shop. You could always just plan to check nothing and go straight to the shop, because, like, the shop is... Is there any consistency to the shop? Does the shop have anything guaranteed, or is it completely random set of weapons? Is there any logic to the shop? Any knowers? Like, I feel like it always has a shield. Is butchering knife good? Butchering knife actually might be decent. All reliable shop. Yeah, like you could just plan to always be a shopper and just never check anything else. It's just that then you might get trapped like Chris was that one time where he did the Death Knight axes and he just lost to Aggie, who happened to get a great katana. I don't remember which one. Maybe it was Rakshasa's. Other Chris guy? What do you mean other Chris? The only Chris. Yeah. Does Stone Sword Key do anything in the DLC? I don't think it does. I guess it's just there because it just was in base shop. What an all-timer first message that is... Sorry, other glass guy. I will say that in the practice games that I've played with Swed, it felt like he was miles ahead of me when he just went with something that was good enough in the shop at the beginning and just not checking anything. Usually if there's a great sword, great club, great hammer. Okay. Yeah. So like Mirai's, you'd be like, oh, that's good enough. And you'd say that's probably better than... Or... Butchering, would you put Great Axe in that conversation as well? Let me try it out to see its moveset. Oh, do Butchering Knife over Mirai's, but I'm not a knower. Yeah, let me try out the moveset and see. Honestly, yeah. Oh, yeah, and then it's got that charged attack, right? Oh, you can use Barbaric Roar without having the stats for it. But it is a weapon buff, so if you unequip your weapon, it goes away. IDK how the Great Axes are, except for Omen Killer Cleaver. Okay. I mean... I feel like this is a pretty good moveset. It's just Omen Killer Cleaver. I think all Great Axes have this moveset? Because I feel like that's definitely usable. It's unfortunate though that it doesn't have bleed, but it doesn't really need bleed. Tom was saying he really wanted something with status, which is fair, but isn't the anchor an axe? I think so. I had to upload it to YouTube. It's okay to ping you in your Discord. Yes. Yes, it is. Playing fast and loose with the definition of axe with that one? Well, clearly an axe. All of them have those R1s unless there's a weird one I'm forgetting. Okay, so then all great axes are probably usable too. So that's at least like 4-ish classes of weapons that any one that you find in the shop is going to be good enough. Yeah, maybe we do just skip katanas. We could get absolutely hosed on it skipping katanas, but maybe always checking shop is just the play. And only if shop is truly terrible, worse than every katana, do you go check katana. Post in hashtag strats. All right, thank you. Let me check it out real quick. It is possible that we get completely screwed over from it, but okay. Great hammer, dagger. No. It's me in the background. Unlisted, no audio. I don't know. I think there's audio. Oh. Okay. I wonder how easy that could be to miss and you just die. Oh. Oh. And then do it again? Or no, just then heading... Oh, and then a skip here also to get to... Oh, I mean, I guess that's not even really a skip. That's just don't go around. Okay, that makes sense. So you're only losing about a minute to get a greatsword check? That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Milady. I could definitely see that. Let me practice that real quick in case that ends up being a strat that I need. Didn't farm for the fastest version, so it's just a consistent route I use. Consistency is more important than raw speed for this. This is not like a true, you know, speed run. Okay, so where was the spot you jumped from? Was it just here? Or was it lower? I feel like it was lower. I feel like it was right here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That seems easy enough. And then this one was jump out, jump back at it. That seems easy enough. And then after touching Grace, just... land and go. Okay. Seems pretty shrimple. Excuse me, all you. I do want to double check just this last jump. And then I'll do it a few more times. Mostly quitting out of here is going to be a bit of a pain. Because wherever you quit out, you might just still have things chasing you. So I think you just drop off. Because if you jump, you could go too far and miss it. Yeah, okay. Seems easy enough. Let me do it again. So I went way too far, but that's fine. Ooh, okay. It's a little scary that I almost didn't land on that. My skip, it's all thanks to Daniel. He came up with skip in our DLC bingo tournament. Nice. Almost messed that part up, too. Same pathing for instance skip, but there's rock between... downwards on the corner near the edge of the waterfall. Same pathing for Ensis skip, but there is a rock in between. Downwards on the corner near the edge of the waterfall. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what you mean. So by Ensis skip, you mean to get the NPC? So you go like to get there, like you go this way is what you're saying, or instead of going toward Rolana, look down. Right now, the rock you land on is above you. Ah. Okay. Well, so that rock, but you do it... So you go around here, and then you drop to... No? Not that? Was that not the rock you were saying to land on that was above me? It looked like it should work. Yeah, that didn't look that far. I guess if you go to here, which is slightly lower, you could go to here. And now I take no fall damage. The difference between fully dying and no fall damage? Alright. Then what? Use this to go to the roof? All the way down in the water. It's the same. Oh, you're saying to keep going that way. Just if I didn't want to do the jump on that rock, then go that way, I can instead come this way, jump to here, and then do that thing. Gotcha. I like the other way, I think. This is the time when if you walk off the cliff, you live, and if you jump off the cliff, you die. But I didn't even take fall damage. It's not the difference of an inch. It's... The game thinks it's the difference of a lot. I wonder if I could... Does that help anything? Is that good? Wait. Is that just easier? Is that just easier than the other... This guy skip? Is that faster than the other this guy skip? Because that was a pretty fast way to get here. So it's like only a tiny backtrack to get to this rock. Then you land there and you're down. I feel like compared to like trying to set up a different skip, this could actually be faster, and that is free. That is completely free and easy. I'm surprised I've never seen that before that I know of. I could time the difference. Also, I do want to see, since I'm not taking fall damage, I do want to see if I could even jump down a little earlier. It might just kill me again, but... Is that skip is 25.6.5 and my skip is 24.5. Do with that what you will. I liked yours better as well. It seemed easier. Yeah, so you can live that. That's got to be the easiest skip to him. That's got to be, right? That's way easier, and I think way faster than the other skip to him that people have been doing. And I've seen so many people get stuck on the other skip, just dying over and over. That seems like impossible to fail. Well, you died shouldn't stop you. I hardly die on that rock. Yeah, I feel like you wouldn't. I feel like I just maybe jumped from exactly the highest point or something weird. I'll try timing it. Okay. Finish Silksong. I got an ending, so if you count that. And if Torrent... Did Torrent live or did Torrent die and disappear? Either way. Yeah, that's so much nicer. It's an easier skip, but it's not faster, I think. Okay. I mean, it feels, if not faster, it feels like there's no way it can be that much slower. Because it's like directly on the way. The only thing that you're losing out on is a little bit of time that you could probably be on Torrent. Oh, Torrent literally died, but just also disappeared. There's going to be a new Bingo Season 5 with Mitch in it. Yes. Yes, there will be. Right, there's no stopping, there's no indirect pathing. You are going directly there at all times. You just technically, like, get off of Torrent as soon as possible as well. Mitch business. Is there a start date? October? I think. Holy Mitch business. Mriz business. Or our monkey business. October 3rd. Okay. That is coming up. Right, because that would be compared with, you get to ride on Torrent a little bit longer to over here. And then you could do this, the jump onto the thing, or you can do that. Yeah, it feels to me like the other one, maybe if you, like, are 100% confident and execute that one perfectly, I feel like it's maybe a second or two faster, but, like, I feel like almost everyone is going to be, like, scared of that skip, is going to take a little bit of time to set up, is going to, you know, okay, I got to make sure I don't die to fall damage, okay, I feel like the skip that I was doing is just faster on average for, like, a normal player. 37.44 for the old skip and 35.12 for your skip. However, you can aggro the knights and dogs, so you have to quit out for Moonrathil. Don't you have to quit out either way? Aren't you going to get shot from things either way? Don't you always have to quit out? Or do you not have to? No. Oh. Okay, then. I guess. Don't you... But... Oh, maybe because it's normally night? Is it because it's night that you would be able to not aggro things? Because I feel like I always aggro things, no matter what. Stand in a specific area in the courtyard where the sorcerers can't hit you. How are you going to fight while standing in a specific area, though? Okay. Get good, IDK man. Yeah, I think realistically, Everyone's quitting out for Moonrathil, and so I think realistically my skip is just faster. We take those. New, faster, easier skip found. Let's go. Bon accident. I just was like, what if this works? And it did. Let's go. Okay, neat. The Mitch skip. I feel like somebody has had to have done that before. And just thought, oh, this must be bad. No one else has done it. I won't post it about it. Because I swear I've never seen that before. I'm memeing, yeah, but yeah, if you're quitting out anyways, yours is 100% faster in my limited testing. Let's go! Faster! I guess we should share it on the bingo Discord then, or something. Maybe I should do a quick little tutorial question mark thing. Or keep it to yourself? Nah. Nah, it's more fun if everyone's got all the tools and you're all racing at your best. Or all the knowledge. I mean, I just streamed it to 300 people. I think they're gonna find out about it. Even if I wanted to try to keep it a secret. We could do a quick little clip of it. Don't worry, chat, I won't say anything. Yeah, see, CBD's got me. I think winning is the most fun. Winning is pretty fun. Especially with the prize pool for this season. Sheesh. I don't know if it's been announced, but there's some prize pool. How about the amazing Egon tech then? Block tech. No, I do not know that. Is it 5 million? Yes, it's 5 million per person, actually. What's the Egon tech? Block the roar and guard counter it. Okay. Just like block with your whatever weapon you're using? Would that not break your stamina? Actually, I put on an 80,000 salary just for participating. Yep. No, it's hilarious. Oh, okay. Well, let me see that. Oh, oh. Wow, yeah, that really is. It does 0 posture damage. That's wild. That's really nice, actually. Terror incarnate. Huh.
You are bailing the ego.
Okay, that's good tech. That's good tech to know. That's good tech to learn. Any other tech we should learn? Honestly, I don't need to necessarily learn all this tech. I just need to be like relatively decently prepared to face Tom on the speedrun summit. Because all I need to do is put on a good show. I don't actually need to win. I just need to not get embarrassed. But, honestly, tech can't hurt either if they're quick to learn like that. Backhand Blade, the guard counter is a 4-hit combo and shreds him. Too bad that we don't get to use Backhand Blades. Too bad that Backhand Blades has been effectively banned, unless you randomly find it in the shop. Just ask Tom beforehand to go easy. Honestly, like, I would never want an opponent to throw or go, you know, easy per se like that. But if there's some way to make it more interesting, that could be something to be discussed. So, for example, at the GDQ showcase of the bingo of Dom versus Adef, they weren't necessarily using the meta weapons, which you can't really do here because it's random anyway. Or they were going to try not to. I think they ended up using kind of the meta weapons. And when that didn't really work out, they were like, okay, but we want to showcase that middle square of defeat consort. So the person who's in the lead has got to go defeat consort. And it ended up making the race really close because of that. And even then, they don't have the detachable Ash of War on them if they show up in the shop. Oh, yeah, the backhand blade. Yeah, I mean, you didn't really use the backhand blades for their Ash of War, although, you know, it was good. But they're still pretty good without it. You want the status. Oh, and since you don't have an Ash of War to reapply, you can't give them the status. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, because without it, with no status, backhand blades are, they're all right. Yeah, you're right, you're right. When you want to win, force Tom into doing Lanciax. Well, there's no Lanciax in the DLC, but Senesax. Remember them showing off Consort and they just forgot to have Skidoo levels. That was a different event, but that was hilarious. I don't remember what that was for. Yeah, okay. So, recap of what we have learned so far. Armor, yes. Great Jar's Arsenal, surprisingly good. Early charm, probably, if you're using any sort of heavy-ish weapon. Lets you not have to level any endurance, which saves you a lot of money for other levels. It might not be the best thing that you could possibly buy, but, like, for a solid, consistent start, armor plus Great Jar's Arsenal, I think was a really solid way of basically guaranteeing that you're going to have enough equip load. And if you still have to buy something super expensive, like it is what it is, it's fine. Or super heavy, you could just unequip some stuff. But solid way to start. Does it make sense to level up the weapon to 9 first? What do you think, CBD? Would you level up your weapon to max that you can get from the shop so that you never have to visit the Twin Maiden Husks again? And Hugh, or would you save money on the upgrades and instead get stronger from the start? Because that's one thing I haven't decided yet. Yeah, I'd just level it up. Okay. So, armor, Great Jar, strength and dex tiers so that you have enough, so that you hopefully have enough stats to be able to immediately equip your weapon. All before the gates open, Jar and tiers, that's 15k. As soon as you want to get your weapon, go check for it, buy the armor, buy your weapon, fully upgrade it, level up your stats, and then that's it. I think that's our starting. And then my plan for after the start, I still do plan to eventually buy that whenever I come back and get my build fully online, I do plan to buy Golden Vow and Flame Grant Me Strength in most cases. I plan to buy Ritual Sword. Anything else that's a plan to buy? Let me go back to the shop and see. Teach all the random tech I know. If I knew that you didn't already know, most of what I know is from Bingo Brawlers. Yeah. I mean, there's probably stuff from Bingo Brawlers that I don't know. Anything else that is a plan to buy? Oh, Gold Scarab is honestly usually pretty worth it depending on the board. if you need to get a bunch of levels, which you probably will. And then I think from there it's weapon specific. You can buy Axe Talisman if you're going a charged attack build. You can buy... Dagger Talisman's pretty meh. You can buy Claw Talisman if you're doing a jump attack build. You can buy Shard of Alexander if you're doing a weapon art build. If you're doing a specific element, you can get one of those. I don't think I'm a Blue Dancer enjoyer. I know CBD is a Blue Dancer enjoyer. I think I'm too bad for it. Ritual Shield is a good filler if you've got nothing else that you want. Rotwinged is a good filler. Lord of Bloods if you're doing something with bleed. Kindred of Rod if you happen to get like Serpent Bone Katana or something. I don't know. Could be decent. And that's probably about it. Blue Dancer requires skill, so we know what issue we have. Yep. Well, Blue Dancer, you equip if you're going to go light load. So, like, you're going to have no armor on and just play the game hitless. Which you can. If you don't level up to 9, you save 28.3k, so I'd say that may be worth depending on how dependent your weapon is on talismans. For example, Shard of Alex could be huge on an Ash of War stick or Rotten Wing on a multi-hit weapon. For sure. You could even, instead of going up to 8, you could go up to 7, and then you could save another, 20-something thousand. So, right, in theory, you could buy 2 talismans then, which would get you a lot more damage than 2 weapon levels, I'm pretty sure. But then later, you'd have to go back and buy the final 2 upgrade materials and then go to Hugh and upgrade the final 2 times, which costs you probably at least 30 seconds. So, are you 30 seconds faster on whatever early boss fights you're going to do from not having the talismans, or from having the talismans? Probably not. Probably not. So unless there are any other super cheap stuff that we can get early that, like, saves us money rather than costing us money, like Strength and Dex tier save you money because they get you more levels than you could, than the effective, amount of levels you could get with the same amount of money. And similarly, Great Jar's Arsenal saves you money because it gets you more equip load than the equivalent amount of runes of endurance could. So, yeah. I don't think there's anything else that's, like, super necessary. Okay, let's try that out as a plan. Let's try that out as a plan. Let's restart this and actually reveal the board and do stuff with that as a plan. How much was the jar for levels? It gains you 10 equip load, which, 70% of that you can use to stay at medium. And it has a weight itself of 1.5, so it is a direct gain of 5.5 more weight that you can have on your character. Or if you think about it as being just 10 equip load, that's the equivalent of, what is that, like 4-ish endurance? Somewhere there, I think. For Mirai in particular, you're getting 30 more AR from going from +8 to +9. What percent is that? Percentages are what we need to think in because talismans are percentages. All right. So, practice. So we equip those. 6% damage. Actually, 6 is pretty good. That's more than I thought. That's more than I thought. Okay, that's probably just worth it. Because we could instead get 10% from the talisman, but only while at max health. Okay, yeah, that's probably just worth it. That's probably just always worth it. Okay, so let's assume, without even knowing what the board is, because I haven't revealed it yet, that we are just going to always strength, dex, great jar. I think that's it. We remember to equip great jar. 1.6 and 1.1 from an endurance level up. Oh, so it's like even better. So it's worth a lot of endurance levels. It's worth like 7-ish. Okay, yeah. And then we remember to allocate our flask charges. So those are the things that I would always start out my game with, I think. And now, let's take a look at the board. That was very dependent on how heavily the weapon relies on the talisman. Yeah. Okay. Okay, a 6x6 is already confusing. I shouldn't have done a 6x6. Oh well. Visit 4 Mikula crosses is on there. It's 4 crosses. The skip is useless. Well, no, I think you skip the more cross. Wouldn't it be faster to skip the more cross and do the skip still? The number for a lot of things that are do X number of things is now variable. 3 hanging pot bell bearings. You can't just quickly do the Tialier skip one and the one in the place with the blood fiends. Path Tialier Dane Leda. Oh, you always skipped? There's one at Dane. So you never did more? Yeah. Okay. Acquire level 9 Skidoo is on the board. This isn't like a truly real board, but if this were a truly real board... Kindred Cookbooks is over there anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of possible places to go. Your consort given Iris of Grace. Iris of Grace. Grace. You acquire in the room with all the jars at the end of Shadowkeep? Is that the best place? Never did more, it's slower. Okay. 2 hippos. Have Saint Trina talk to you. That one's so funny. Okay, I have no idea what would actually be like good to do here, but let's start with some Skidoo. There's no 3 unique Curseblade Assassins. Would definitely have to come back for that one. DLC Talismans is definitely one to do on the way. Hospital room in Shadowkeep before Rao and before Skadu Tree Avatar. Okay, the hospital room in Shadowkeep. That's what I was thinking of. I didn't say it as the hospital room. I said the room with all the jars, but yeah. Finished Skong. I got an ending. Didn't 100% it yet, but... I do not have time to 100% it. There was no Blessings of America, so I can just get out of here. Honestly, actually, it probably made the most sense to grab that and then warp. I'm going to pretend like I did. And then warp immediately to the table and get my weapon. You know why crosses got changed? Everything got variabled. Oh, right, and it's the same seed, so... Mirage or Butchering Knife? Butchering Knife, right? Butchering Knife is better. I think Butchering Knife is better. We know it would be Rakshasas if I checked there, but we're not going to. I think Butchering Knife is better. Butchering Knife is a non-somber. Did they change it to 1 smithing stone per? Or is it still 2? Six by 6 bingo? More like bingo. Yep. Costs 1 per. Is it always 1 per? Was it supposed to be 2 per? Was it previously 1 per and it's supposed to... I don't remember. Either way, right now it's 1 per. Elden Ring bingo. Oh, it's like way cheaper than if you go with non-somber, I think. It was 2 per in Season 4. Okay. Oh, what it was supposed to be? I think it's supposed to be 2 per in DLC. And it's supposed to be 1 per in base game, but because I can't be using the most recent version because it was just crashing on me, it's 1 per for me currently, but I should buy as though it's 2 per because I believe it's going to be 2 per when it actually do it. Like massive, yeah, but I don't think it's supposed to be. I think I cheated, not only the game but myself. So I'm just gonna buy the extras that I should have had to buy. Yeah, which would put me at broke boy status officially. We are baroque. Elden Bingus. It's cheating? No, it's not cheating. It's just, you know, sometimes things happen. Who's to say? Okay, I do need 3 Kindred cookbooks. I also need to heal the wounded Kindred of Rot. I need the more armor set. But I should probably heal and then kill it for the more armor set. Although, alternatively, could you grab 2 cookbooks and kill the 2 bugs from them, just not the wounded one? I believe it was he would always attack you after 2 unless it was the wounded one, in which case he does it after 1. Okay, so that is already a DLC. Where did I see it? Oh my god, this is too big. It's only 6 by 6, but it's already so tough to navigate. Randomly decided I wanted to listen to a VOD and saw, oh wait, he's live. That's fine. Oh, since we want a high enough skidoo level. Okay. Like a high skidoo level is nice for everything else. Three unique NPC invaders. More is an invader, right? He's not just an NPC that he invades. I'm pretty sure he invades. Yeah. Two hippos. A lot of synergy on this board, but I mean, I guess when you have infinitely many squares, some of them are kind of bound to synergize. Done one of your bingo VODs, so it fits my standards. Perfect. More invades you at the wounded kindred if you kill Queeline first. Queeline, for some reason, is coded like a wounded kindred and counts for some reason. However, it only works if you don't port away after killing him. Right. But otherwise, we can just get 2 kindred cookbooks and then kill the 2 kindred from cookbooks that we have so that we can do the wounded later. For the wounded kindred, I need like a gravestone that I should have gotten while I was riding through there, but I forgot about. So we're just going to kind of like slightly overdo all the requirements in case the numbers are turned up on the day of. To just make sure I know of at least the correct number of places to go. The wounded kindred, does it give you a cookbook? It doesn't, right? You just heal it. Pizza. Okay, wait. Hanging pot bell bearing first, then let's go to the kindred. Is a better ordering because we do need 3 hanging pot bell bearings. I would say in an actual match for 3, you're unlikely to use this one. It's pretty out of the way, but if it's 2, this one makes a lot of sense. Aw, too early. Should I use the club? Is the club good at it? I think the club is the same. I think it has the same animations as this, so I don't think there's a reason to swap club here. Oh, come on. Slipped off. Gives you a cookbook, you just have to quit out after healing. Oh. Okay, synergy I did not know about. So we can use the wounded one for the 3rd cookbook. There we go. Hanging pot bell bearing 1. Barbecue sauce, pineapple, jalapenos, and pepperoni on a thin crust. Cursed pizza is so nice. I mean, the only thing really cursed there is the pineapple, but... Okay. Give me the book. Thank you. There's one. Oh, he's got a lot of health. Oh, I guess it's because I don't have my... It's because I don't have the stats to use my weapon, that's right. Okay, so if I'm gonna... Yeah, if I'm gonna rely on stats from my physic to use my weapon, that's a bit rough. It requires 20 dex. Well, I have enough stats to just... Or I have enough money to just do that. I mean, it's not even that expensive. Probably worth it. Just to be able to use it at all times. And then I can still use my physic to get more damage, but I don't have to use it just to be able to use the weapon. Want to grab the bell-bearing town elac. Doesn't have the ranged option. You can pick up a round rock on the way and bash it. Oh, yeah, I did not think of that. What I thought of was buying a bunch of throwing daggers from Tiolier. Okay, so then that's all I should need from over there. Two catacombs, so I will want the grace in front of Castle Ensis. There's also still a furnace golem. I think the pot tech is still going to be faster than fighting it normally. Red bear. Remembrance boss hit list. There's also Gaius's pants. That's definitely one to do. Moonrathil is on here. 3 NPC bosses. Moonrathil is an NPC, but not a boss. Enjoy Twitch chat overlay being eaten by the bingo board? Oh, yeah. Twitch chat should just be off, because you're just going to get in the way of the bingo board, and no one can read you anyway. Bye-bye, Twitch chat. Remind me to turn you back on. Just turn us off like that? Yeah. You're gone now. No one could read you anyway. So there's cross 2. Or no, 3. That's cross 3.
Well, I'm as weak as I've always been. I'm afraid sorry.
Shush and sell me stuff. Yeah, because it's only 2,000 to buy 20 poison bone darts, which seems more than enough. For getting the hanging pot bell bearings.
Just give me...
I don't think we need more poison. have to tab out again. There is an NPC invader over here. There's also a forge that we could go to immediately, which would make a lot of sense. Oh, since there is clear forges, I could have done that for my weapon check, but for planning things out, I don't think it makes sense, but in theory, it is a thing that we could have done. Oh, whoops. I got myself invaded. I thought it was a little further up than that. Wait, I'm not invaded? He left? Well, all right then. ADM is a katana check. That is true. Is it at the Eagles? It's at the Eagles. Okay. He's just not gonna invade now? I scared him off, I guess? By slightly entering his range and then walking slightly out of it? That almost seemed like it could be fast, like a speed tech or something. Okay, there's a second hanging pot bell bearing. Before I fight anything, I would want to level up the current skidoo I have. Let's fight him. I should remember how to fight an ADM. You know what's whack about that bell bearing? Normally, if you're on torrent, he doesn't invade. If you're not, he'll invade you. It's silly. Wait, what? If you're on torrent when you, like, get that bell bearing? He just, like, doesn't invade, and you can just, like, move on with your life? That's very weird. Oh, I forgot. This is one of the weapons that has a little lifesteal on it. I get a little life back every time I hit him. Okay, one unique NPC invader. I don't think I would want to go to pure Ancient Dragon Man right now. I mean, I could, but... Let's do the skips and get more skidoo and stuff. For some reason, Torrent lifts height to bring you out of the invasion range. Oh, so you would... If you moved, you would still get invaded, but like... If you were just at that exact spot and then like quit out, you'd be able to get out fine. There is hanging pot bell bearings down there as well, but I think we have to skip twice anyway, so... It's weird to try to think about 36 squares at the same time, whereas on a regular board, you'd be thinking about, like, 15-ish, maybe? With your own squares and the combined ones together? Oh, also, wait, there's a talisman down here. There's also the one in Castle Ensis. That would be a fast grab. How many do we need for this? 3 DLC talismans. That's, like, so few. I think the one at Castle Ensis would still be the fastest. I shouldn't have warped out, but I should have grabbed it on the way. 3 DLC talismans? That's fast AF. Yep. Wait. Is this even, Yeah, that's already 3. That is a variable length one. That can be shorter. Has to be Mercy Ailing Spelldrake. That's like a 3-minute square now. Yeah. That would be. So let's go. Let's grab Ailing so that we remember about it. Don't forget about it later. But I think it also could be a 5 talisman, in which case you would need all of these, and you would need the one that I just got, Dread, and you would need the one in Fort of Reprimand. I don't remember what it's like. Fire +3 or something. Drake +3. That's it. Balewell summoning Egon is on there, so I can't... I have to make sure not to kill Egon, otherwise I will lock myself out of this board. Ailment Talisman. No, let bingo too much. Sorry. No, you're good. You're good. I like when it's like I have confirmation on things I say is good, or I have new ideas that I didn't think of as good, or even just like interacting with what I'm saying and like agreeing is like I don't know. I like that I'm not just here talking into the void. Which I kind of just am anyway, but... Okay. Now do the skip. Did you complete Silksong? I got an ending, so... Sort of. To somebody who has no idea... about Silksong, they'd probably, you know... Oh, whoops, I already have that. They'd probably be like, yeah. I beat the game. That was it. I even have done almost all the side quests that I've found so far. Dancing line, put Florisax to sleep. We do have... For putting Florisax to sleep... Do you start that at Moor, or do you start that at Tialier? I've already talked to Tialier, so I could just go to Moor right now anyway, but... For speed, who do you need to talk to first for that? Would be a void if we were on screen. I mean... It still would be. Occasionally, the void talks back. Fun fact for more armor set. Going backside is faster than front side only if you take the elevator up to Hippo. Going out of your way to grab the skidoo only adds 3 seconds. Fun fact for more armor set. Can you explain that? I'm not picturing in my head what it makes. What you're talking about. For more armor set, which is you kill more and then his armor is at the Wounded Kindred? Going backside is faster than front side. Backside of Shadowkeep faster than front side of Shadowkeep? What does that have to do with more armor set? Only if you take the elevator up to Hippo and going out of your way to grab the skidoo only has 3 seconds. Which skidoo? For Black Syrup, you need to talk to Tialier first. If you haven't broken the rune, you need to talk to Tialier once. If you broke the rune, you needed to talk to Tialier twice. Okay. He just needs to say, I'm as weak as a kitten and as thick as 2 planks. You have to break the rune to tell Moore to be sad forever. Oh!
How much does Silksong score on
If you don't want to attack him. So far, I'd say an 8.5. I'd say like a little less than Hollow Knight, but like close enough to still be an 8.5. The bosses are infinitely better, and they're so good, and they almost carry the game. But most of what you're doing is not bosses, and a lot of the other stuff feels more built to be more cumbersome and confusing and annoying, rather than directly, like, upgraded and more fun. Okay, well, this will be our 5th Mikola Cross already? Or 4th? This will be our 1, 2. 3, 4. This will be our 5th. So we already had enough, but mark it off. And we just practiced the skip down to the other one, so I don't think we need to practice that one again. We do want Moonrathil. We could do Moonrathil right now. That is unfortunately not an NPC invader nor an NPC boss. It's just an NPC, so doesn't count for either of them. This is Bellarat 3-path, Tialier, Dane, and now Leda. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5. But was there a Shaw? No. And see, that's what could have made it up to a 9, you know? Wonder how Silksong post DLC will look compared with now. You know? That's a good question. Ow. Oh, we traded. Trading is not good for me. Oh, that's so fast. That's so cheating. Oh, it's got such a good arc for him, though, when he tries to jump and you just catch him out of the air. Nice. Good Moonrithel kill. I was expecting that to be way worse. Great sword! That's a great sword. Even though it's not great sword. It's not a great sword. This great sword. And down here is a shield, right? I just want to remember for myself. And up there is a sorcery. I'm just grabbing all the things that are in my vicinity so that I remember what they are. That's a shield. Great sword equals colossal sword. And then the skip up to the sorcery. Great sword is a great sword that is not a great sword. Yep, sorcery. All right, cool. Remembered the things. Good, good, good. Good remembering through the castle. Okay, Kindred Cookbook. Let's go to the one there. And then we can also do the Forge while we're over there. I just got to remember all the things. Honestly, I'm remembering a lot more than I thought I would. I thought I would be hopeless at remembering things for bingo. And while I'm sure I'm not particularly quick right now, like, all I need to be is like 70% as fast as a good runner, and that should make for a good enough race. Okay. Obviously kill Red Bear NPC for the synergy, yeah. Oh, I should double check the rules for if we're allowed to push NPCs off of cliffs.
You one of the forager brood. This
Wait, I can't get...
cannot be forgiven.
I can't put her to sleep now. I'm so dumb. I cannot... I can't put Florisax to sleep. I've locked myself out. Oops. Silly, silly me. Well, too late. It was all, it's because I knew that this was such an important square that it was worth locking myself out, you know? This is the square that's gonna win me the bingo. Oopsies. Look, it's better to make mistakes in practice than to not make mistakes in practice. Because the more mistakes you make in practice, the more you can learn from them. And remember not to do them in real matches. Wow. Really wish I had status right now.
creature of brood. Please.
Okay, yeah. Killing him, you just immediately get more armor set. Okay. And that is a second unique NPC invader. Now we would just need to do Queetline. I wonder if the Crouch R1 text works with Bonnie Knife. Which Crouch R1 tech? Just that? Do you mean the one that's like specific to Great Katanas? Or is it like an AI manipulation where he just won't block it or something? It infinitely staggers more. I assume that's weapon specific. I guess I could have tried it out though if I had known about it. Okay, we're gonna give red team the put Florus Axe to Sleep Square. Also, lockout. New lobby settings set. Do I need to restart for it to fix the colors? Because I don't want there to be a split there. I just want red team to have it. Whatever, it's fine. The snipe from red team. And then it's climb the ladder right here, I believe. Up to bed. Good luck with testing. Yo, have a good one, Negronio. And then it's... you jump out this way because you want to pull this lever. And then pull it a second time. Getting anvil hammer now, or this is a different forge, but we can grab where the anvil hammer would be and see what it is. This is the forge that would have the other thing, the big sword. Oh, and it gives an ancient dragon smithing stone, which is great because I want that. This is another colossal sword. Oh, this one's a colossal sword. The anvil hammer is a colossal weapon. Right. Yeah. We can go get the anvil hammer right now as well. Forgot there are more. Yeah, there are 3 forges. I want to say there's at least 3 that are like bingo viable. The last one also has the Smith script shield in it normally. But it'll be just a random DLC shield. Actually, just a random shield. It doesn't even have to be from the DLC. So I had to do some stuff, so I didn't play that much of Silksong, but I defeated Trobio. I think it was the name, and it was a great fight. It was I liked it. I didn't love it. Also, spoilers. Slightly. Name of a thing that you would only discover as soon as you get to him and go, that's the name I heard. But technically spoilers. More funny than great. Yeah. Okay, I am used to this forge from our AB4P. Weapon rando, but everything else vanilla. Yes, I believe that's correct. Well, also, and there's like a DLC shop that we can buy things from, but... Two forges, where did that go? Two catacombs, two jails. Wasn't there two forges? Did I just hallucinate that? Furnace golem. I might have just hallucinated that. Oh, wait, no, I see it. It just doesn't have the number 2 on it. Excuse me, sir. May I help you? Why are all the other ones the number and this one is spelled out the word 2? What? That's just not... Because I was looking for the letter, or for the number 2. Okay, would I use Falling Star Beast Jaw if that was a thing that I acquired? Would I use Falling Star Beast Jaw? Is that a good enough colossal weapon to utilize? Oh, it's got pretty heavy requirements, but I think it's decent. If I remember right. I mean, its weapon art is, I think, was really good, but they, like, nerfed it or something. And now it's, like, fine. Don't blame you, I was kind of looking for the same, yeah. Oh! Never go around to the right. I don't know why I just was going around to the right for some reason, even though this is a path I've taken many times and I always go left. I also forgot about the Revered Ash was a square that's on this list, so I'm gonna need to kind of catch up on those. The ones near Bellarat especially. It's good, yeah, but also magic damage. Okay. I can do the... Hanging pot bell bearings here. I guess the question, would Falling Star Beast Jaw be better than my butchering knife? Or would either of my colossal swords? Great sword is pretty fun. I could see that. The problem... Oh, for butchering knife, do we get the... We probably get Savage Lion's Claw, just so that we can put an affinity onto it and make it like a cold butchering knife. 6x6 bingo is kind of crazy, yep. Is the red team real? It's the squares I've locked myself out of on accident, so... It's too real. I wish it was less real. There we go. That is our third hanging pot bell bearing. There you are. Although we are probably going to go for a fourth and or fifth. Is that our third? Wait. Two. Yes, that is our third. Is there anything else down here I would want? I don't think we have giant lightning ram. Yeah. Falling Star Jaw is Pierce Colossal. That's its main advantage, in your opinion. Okay. Oh, wait. They're the squares I predicted they would get, so I got locked out on purpose. Yeah, that's it. I think there is 3 ulcerated tree spirits, so I guess I should have slayed that one, but I would like to do it later when I'm more powerful. Coming back here isn't that much of an imposition, whereas slaying it at low level kind of sucks. That's a 2-headed turtle talisman, which honestly, if I'm already here, is probably worth just getting and equipping. It's like pretty good. And then the bell bearing is right over here. Oh. There you go. Aiming those things is so annoying. Hooray! And I don't need this guy here. Yeah. Okay, things that I can just do right now. I can just go kill a red bear right now. Oh, I can just go get my third invading NPC right now, which also gets me more Skadooby. There's no reason to combine this with the Wounded Kindred. Well, I guess there would be a slight reason to combine it, just for efficiency of walking over here twice. But there's no necessity to combine it for more because we've already slain more. Because it's faster. I got an ending to Silk Song, so whether or not you want to call that completing it is up to you.
Gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
Oops. Ouch. He just ignored my attack there. Which is really rather rude of him. Nice.
Heathen, thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
The unique NPC invaders is aha. Oh, he also gives a talisman. Sure, let's go to Red Bear while we're here. Mitch against all of chat, bingo when. So I was thinking about a way to do that that could be fun. Which would be basically that every, you know, so often, maybe it's every like 5 minutes or something, there's just a poll for which square chat would like to claim. And then chat just gets that square. He's way slower than I remember. Oh, jumped early. Okay. Oh, you're gonna make us play Elden Ring. I didn't figure that that would go very well. Like, I don't know that people would want to stream that, and then if you're not streaming, it just runs into the, you know, people claiming squares that they didn't do, and it's just... just becomes messy. Yeah, I had to roll that one because I was too stuck under him. And Red Bear takes longer than I remember too. This is slow. It's possible that it's just this weapon sucks, but okay. It was awesome in Demon Souls, but I think it has passed its prime nowadays. Well, I mean, I didn't think this was going to be like a great weapon, but like, it's got a good moveset. It's got just the, you know, the moveset of one of the goated weapons of the game. Ow. So I didn't figure it would just do 0 damage in comparison. Also has lifesteal, which is always fun. Yeah. And honestly has already saved me a few times. Kill a red bear. Oh, we can do a black knight actually real quick would be a good one. That I probably honestly should have done even earlier. Well, let's see how it feels on a black knight, and if it still feels really slow, despite I don't think it's gonna be that slow because like we're gonna knock him down over and over. But if it still feels really slow on a black knight, then we can consider it as just like a nope, not a good enough weapon. Yeah, honestly, against the Black Knight, it feels just fine. Maybe it's just the wrong attack type for Red Bear? I don't know. Or also just Black Knight is just kind of weak as a kitten and thick as 2 planks. Why do I keep saying that? You have not played this DLC. The knowers know. But there are 0 standard risk. Maybe it's just big HP pool. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we should have made it Frost before now, and I haven't gone back for talismans. So it does make sense that things would feel tankier than they should with this. Once we get fully set up, I think this weapon will be pretty good. I'm not a knower then. You're not a knower. If you were paying attention this whole stream, you would have heard it earlier in this exact bingo match. But maybe I skipped over it a little when he said it. And then the oh no, if we have whetstone knife, we could equip it ourselves. So imagine paying attention to stream. I know. Okay, so when we come back, we buy whetstone knife, glintstone wet blade, because I think frost is going to be our best. Crafting kit, because we need it for the thing. I actually should have bought it immediately, just in case. Faith Knot and Opaline, because I already have enough stats that we don't have to worry about those anymore, and those aren't too expensive. Ritual Sword is going to be my goat. Gold Scarab, honestly, I think is probably good. I don't think that we need to get high levels, but nothing else here is really that good. I don't think we're going to go charged attacks. You could go a charged attack build with this weapon, but I don't think it... I don't think the charged attack animation on this weapon is good enough. Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. Level our faith to 15 so that I can actually use those. Wow, we're actually pretty close on the skidoo already. Because I have the whetstone. I can make it a cold butchering knife. Swap to Faith and Opaline. Golden Vow and FGMS. And see what happens. We would be heavy load without leveling up our endurance if I swap to Gold Scarab. But that probably just means it's worth it to level up our endurance a bit. Let's try 15 and see how that is. Would still be heavy. Okay, yeah, that is now we're medium. Yeah, the butchering knife isn't even like that heavy, but you do just the Great Jar's Arsenal was pretty goated there for a very long time. Okay, and now we've just got, like, a decent enough setup, I think. We don't have to worry about changing things around too much anymore. Hope you're doing well. Haven't been here in a while, but I'm VOD frogging your entire Hollow Knight playthrough before VOD frogging your Skong playthrough. Let's go! Nice, nice. Oh, Golden Hippo is a square. We could just do that right now, and it gets us one of our 2 hippos. What do we do with the rest of our runes? Is there anything else that it makes sense to buy from Kale? There's not any, like, classification of thing, if you know what I mean, that I'm missing from Kale, right? We've bought our spells that we're going to use. We've bought our physic flasks. We bought our whetstones, and we bought our talismans. That's it, right? Greases doesn't make sense now that we've already made it cold, although I suppose you could do grease instead of cold and technically get slightly more out of it. Would that make sense to never, ever use a whetstone? Let's see here. You would get 3 uses of... If you did 4 cold greases, that would be the same-ish cost. And in those first 4 bosses, you probably get enough money that you can then buy infinite cold greases. Like right now I could buy, you know, 19 more freezing greases if I wanted, and we could just have them forever. Does that make more sense than changing it to cold? It's a little more annoying to do, but honestly, I could see that being the play. Literally never change your weapon. It would save us having to get Savage Lion's Claw, Whetstone Knife, and Glintstone Whetblade. And then in theory, you can buy Bleed Grease as well, so you can go freeze till they freeze, then Bleed Grease, or you can go Rot or whatever instead. I could see that just being straight up better. Or if an enemy is particularly weak to another type of grease and you see that you have it on the board, you just buy the type of grease that they're super weak to. That's probably better, isn't it? In Night Rain, greases are goated, but I don't know if the same is true in regular Elden Ring. You know? Yeah, you guys know. We can also Howl of Shabriri. Actually, I don't... Does Howl of Shabriri stack with other buffs? I don't actually know. I don't think it does. I think it's a body buff. Oh, well. We'll call the Cold Cleaver good enough for now. As like a just general strat, I think it's good. Okay, I don't... Well, we could level up, right? $1,700 to $1,900 is a good enough change. I think it's worth leveling. And what does our weapon actually scale the best with? Dex. It actually hardly scales at all with strength. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see how it feels now on the hippo. I think it should be, I think it should now be a lot better than it was. So used to playing Iron Eye, I got excited when I saw arrows sting. Yep. Scales with vigor. Ah, that must be it. What if there was a weapon that did scale with vigor? You could just go pure vigor build. It'd be so broken. Who's red team? Me locking myself out of things. Ow. While we're here, let's also grab the stuff so that I can potentially take out the furnace golem. You're not a thing, right? Yeah, no, that's just the note. And so too has a powerful charm. Hello? Need 3 of them. Actually, it might just be 2. But 3 for safety. Yo! Thanks for the good luck on the biggest. Player 5, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Sorry, I'm a little... all over the place. A 6x6 board is craziness. It's like so many more squares than a 5x5, and trying to keep track of them all is... Yeah, now it's feeling like a build. Look at this damage. A second time? Oh, I got stuck on that. Are you kidding me? I even jumped to go over it and it wouldn't let me move. Are you kidding me? Wow, this arena sucks. That's so dumb. That is so incredibly dumb. And it's not like you can just roll through it. That move will just hit you if you roll through it. You have to run to the side. And I couldn't run the other direction because there was a wall there. That is so stupid. All right. The hip post, hitting him on the wrong side. The hip post again. Easy. Okay, there is the golden hippo. And more skidoo. Is the camera clipping through Hippo's head new? Haven't watched Elden Ring in a while. The camera just do whatever camera do. That's just gonna happen. Yeah, let's go through the front way for now. Ow. Because this can get us to the healing the wounded kindred faster. I think you can get the materials you need from this side. I know. Well, wait, no. No, no, no. Well, we will need the backside definitely at some point anyway, but... True, Ben. Okay, so there is the cookbook. We will need an Iris of Grace at some point anyway, so let's grab that now over here. I also want the hefty cracked pot. Where are my cracked pots that I usually get? There's the one back in the Scorched Ruins that I didn't grab, and then there's the one in Bonnie Village, and then we're set for the Furnace Golem. What's Ben saying? Hi, Ben. You can't see me because Mitch turned off chat. Ben said, you know what else is a good strat to get things going faster? OperaGX. True. Use my link, exclamation OperaGX. Okay, so... where was I going? What was I doing? Heal the Wounded Kindred. So, what does it need? Let me double check that I remember. Black Firefly, which you grab just kind of going through. Spirit Gravestone, which I happen to have, that I don't know where I picked up, mainly found on the Graveside Plain. And then Blessed Bone Shard. Exceedingly rare to find. The two that you generally get are either towards the top of the storehouse. Towards the top of the storehouse backside, I want to say. Not front side. Or the one that we found on accident near Morth Ruins. Really made the DLC more disturbing. They did make it quite disturbing. Ben is sponsored? Yeah. A bunch of Blessed Bone Shards. Exceedingly rare, huh? And this is also on the way to another Kindred, which we don't need another one, but I'm going to overdo it slightly. Where's the Kindred? I thought he was like right here. Did I kill too many Kindred and now they're all gone? I locked myself out of more things? Surely not, right? Wasn't he right there? Well, let's move on for now. There's another forge here, the final forge that we can remember how to do. Isn't a bad idea. Finally, some Elden Ring. Some Elden Ringo. Okay, so this one, let's see if I remember the path through this one. I feel like this is right. Is this... Where was the shield, though? Because shield is definitely a thing that we might want. I don't think the shield was... No. I think I missed the shield. I think I walked by it. Ow! But yeah, this is how you actually complete it. Let's go back for the shield. There it is. That was the shield. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. And then this is the end. Okay, yeah. Pretty easy to remember the path through, and then I just have to remember the shield. We don't have all the Nightbot commands, right? Just a few. Yeah, just a few. I would have to enter them all manually, and I was like, I'm too lazy for that. That is also a legendary thing. Okay, so let's go for Heal the Wounded Kindred. Let's see if it's even there. If it's not there and you can lock yourself out of this as well by killing more, then that'll at least be something new to know. That won't be good for us, but that'll be something new to know. The oldest beetle. Elden Ringo. We could do 3 unique Curseblade Assassins right now. Honestly, wouldn't take that long. Yep, guess I locked myself out. Okay, good to know. We're gaining knowledge. We're losing squares, but gaining knowledge. So we can no longer acquire 3 Kindred cookbooks. And we can no longer heal the Wounded Kindred. So one action locked us out of 3 squares. Red team is cooking. Red team comeback starts here. Okay, next... That was kind of all the... I guess unique Curse Blade Assassins would be, like, the next simplest. Where is it? It's up here somewhere. It's not all the way at this pillar, is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, okay, this weapon kind of cooks. Once you get it actually online, this weapon kind of cooks. That's pretty neat. That was a nice fast kill on that that Curse Blade. And then yeah, nice. If you were gonna rush this square with nothing, I'm sure it would still be pretty rough, but once you're online... What action locked me out? Killing more. Killing 2 foragers after getting their cookbooks, and then killing more to get his armor set. Locked me out because I forgot to talk to him for the black syrup first, so locked me out of Florisax to sleep. And then the foragers left once they could see that they were in danger. So locked me out of the foragers as well. And there is 3 unique Curse Blades. Are the reds the ones you're locked out of? Yes. Okay, we could go do Bellarat stuff now. We need to do Queeline to be able to give an Iris of Grace. Then we can also do a Dancing Lion. Oh, that's me. Uh-huh. Rom keeps marking the squares right as I realize I'm locked out of them, coincidentally. More consequences to your actions than story-driven RPGs? Only in Elden Ring, bingo. Yep. On a complete side tangent, I hate consequences in games for my actions. They're either you made a choice and you had no idea what it meant. Oops, it meant you were locked out of this thing. Haha, sucks for you. Or they clearly tell you what your actions are going to mean. Whoa, if you do this, you get the bad ending. And then it's not like really a choice. It's just like, yes, I have selected the bad ending. Yes. Like, it's okay if there's, you know, obviously there can be choices. I just don't like the, you get locked out of things. Ha 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 ha. You no longer get to experience some of the things that you wanted to experience. Ha ha ha. Like, I like that in a game like Hollow Knight, for example, no matter what you do, you can always get 112%. But I dislike that you can lock yourself out of a particular boss fight. And it's only like one boss fight that I know of that you can lock yourself out of. And it's not worth percent because of that, but it's like...
Thou shalt not evade the flame of Mesmer.
Really could have just... This guy is trying to mess up my 1v1 here. Get out of here.
Forsake me not,
Forsake me not.
my grace.
Is there an excuse to replay? I mean, I feel like if I want to replay a game, I'm just going to replay a game. I feel like if I'm replaying a game to experience one thing that the game locked me out of, I'm just annoyed. I don't feel like it adds to my experience whatsoever. There are a lot of things you would need to kill. Going all greases could actually be better, but I feel like it would be quite the commitment. Should have done the pivot quit. Or just quit as I got up and then I could just light it normally. Some achievements that require multiple playthroughs or save scumming though. Right. Which are achievements, so yeah. I'm still a little like, on those. But I'd rather lose out on achievements than lose out on the game telling me I've completed it. Also, one rancid egg. Yeah! My egg! I was watching Aggie after that, and apparently he missed it too. And we're both pissed. Oh, it's got contact damage. Ah. All right. That was pretty slow. I didn't get a lot done with my initial buffs. My initial buffs got him like to 50%, which was like, oh, this is going to be such a fast fight. And then like, I just didn't hit him for a while and all my buffs ran out, but oh well. That is a dancing lion. Okay, if we go to backside of Shadow Keep, we can give an Iris of Grace. That would be pretty quick from now. And once we get to backside, we could do Gaius. I actually think I'm going to do front side Shadow Keep. And then do the skip so that I can practice the skip. Is that a cat loaf? What is that? Oh, I almost missed that. I was completely in the wrong spot. Reckon Old Lord's Talisman would be worth to extend buffs? Not at all. Not even slightly. That's the hefty cracked pot. Do we have 2 jails needed? We do. I don't think I would do that now, but something to keep in mind. Do I have a Nido Mother? I might not. Big fluffy cat on watermelon. Oh. There's 2. So now we've already got 3 hefty cracked pots, and we can get a 4th one. I don't have the recipe for it. This up here is a weapon. It's a whip, right? It's normally toothed whip. Yeah. Arumi. Good to know though where all the weapons are, just in case. Well, we're heading up here. We should also get practice on the hanging pot bell bearing up here in case I need it. Be a little more excited about the cat on the watermelon. I sure could. That is definitely possible. Is this always there? I guess so. It just doesn't get you to where you want to go. Come on. Well, that's not ideal. Whoa! Alright, we're fine. Make sure Torrent is healed up. What are the figurines behind me? That's Gojo. Up at the top. Won him out of an arcade machine in Japan. That's Nameless King. That's Sekiro. That's Ishin. I don't know if he's on screen, but that's John Elden Ring. Down there is Monster Hunters. And then 2 more that I won from Claw Machines. Deku and Endeavor from My Hero Academia. I won whatever anime was popular at the time that they put figures of into the Claw Machines because I wanted to play and win from the Claw Machines. Surprisingly, they didn't put Elden Ring into the Claw Machines or Sekiro, so I couldn't win them. One Yojo out of an arcade machine. Yeah, we got Josh from an arcade machine. That's... You can actually win at that? Yeah. They're actually a lot more skill-based than you'd think. Depends on the one, though. Not all of them. Some of them are there to scam you, but... If you find the right ones and you know how to do it, you're still probably gonna overpay for it compared to if you just bought it. Because you can just... Turns out you can just buy the figure. You don't have to win them. But you get a little bit of fun out of it. The owner can adjust how grabby the claw is. Yeah, so sometimes you have to try once and go, nah, this one's not grabby enough for the type of game that it is, and move on.
Who would threaten or distress thee, and quelled each and all, and I hereby swear to never cease. So please,
To get Jolan and Anna, is it an Iris of Grace or an Iris of Occultation?
Queen, take not.
Should I not do this because I'm going to do this for Jolan and Anna? I don't remember. Which one is which? It is Grace? I can always get the second Grace for them. Yeah, let's do that so I remember where the second Iris of Grace is. Wait, I also need to give an Iris of Occultation, though. No. Save the Grace for them. Give an Occultation to him is the only way to do it. Right. Because I need to give a Grace and an Occultation, and I need Jolan and Anna. So this one needs to be Occultation. While we're here. I was about to lock myself out of something again. One or the other. To be fair, if there was Iris of Grace giving and there was Jolan and Anna on the board, I would 100% just give Queeline an Iris of Grace and just be like, nah, I'll get another one for Jolan and Anna if it comes to that. I don't want to get that square. Need any more health? You know, I could use some more. Too bad. I'm taking from you your solitary light. And it's just give, so I believe at the moment of giving, you're done. As at the moment you get your control of character back.
I ask, why wouldst thou think to purloin from me? Deightest thou
Ones where I don't get lucky are the scammy ones, and the ones where I do are the good ones. Surely, yeah. I mean, I think the biggest mistake with the claw games is thinking that you either win in one or nothing happens, when a lot of them, at least the ones in Japan, are you make progress. They're not the type that it's just like, oh, if it grabs it and brings it all the way over and drops it all the way in. They're ones there where they're like precariously perched and you have to like wiggle them till they fall. Okay, so we're gonna do front side shadow keep. I am not gonna do the skip because I don't trust my FPS, and I assume that for bingo we are not supposed to have an FPS locker. We are not supposed to fix the FPS. Whoa. It feels like 99% of gamblers quit right before making big bucks. Well, no, but just like, you need to know that you're making progress. If you are not making progress, then yeah, it's gonna be useless, but... wait, what was the... What was my jump to get up here? It was... that. Okay, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Find out what extra programs you need to have to lock your FPS. Well, I know what programs. I have the program. I just don't think that the bingo people would be very appreciative of me using an external program to lock my FPS when they're all not doing that. I think they would be upsetty about that. Let me grab this Grace real quick in case I need to do the skip again. Just load your PC with extra processes to force the FPS to be locked. I don't think that's how that works. I totally could have made it, but... we will need to eventually take out Mesmer as well. But I would really like to not quit out here, so... well, too bad. Forced quit out. Because this is effectively a quit... well, actually, maybe it's not. I don't know how this works with possibly lowering the statue for no reason. I don't know what things randomly lower the statue after you've raised it, but there are things that do that. Sure. But that would be the goal. Do it like that without dying so that the statue would remain raised. But let's see if it does. Let's see if dying and... Yeah, this looks good. Yeah. Looks like dying is not one of the things that raises it. Or that lowers it, I guess I should say. Easy first try. And there's the blessed bone shard that I could have gotten here. Red team is squares you're locked out of. Yes, correct. There's Skidoo Tree 9 before we even killed Gaius, which you would normally do for Skidoo Tree 9, but... If you broke the tables, your only option to go back to the Grace. Yes, and if you do go back to the Grace, sometimes the statue gets put down, and I can't figure out why or when or what causes it. And I need to, because, like, it's really bad if that happens. Because then you have to, like, go back up and raise the statue again, and then, like, it's a whole ordeal. So I need to figure out the exact circumstances that cause it to stay raised versus to lower, so that I can make sure it never lowers if I need to do the skip. Like, it makes sense that it would be lower if you warped back down to the bottom, because you need the lower statue in order to get up to pull the lever to get up again. But if you're at the top, it should be at the top every time, but sometimes it isn't. Where's Hyperion when you need him? Yep. We could test it ourselves, I guess. We could do different various things and see if what does and doesn't lower it. You know? Okay, we have to do Gaius hitless, so let's see if I can remember how to do that. Nope. I tried to roll backwards to stay away from the wall because I didn't want to go too close to it. I hate when he opens with that, but he opens with that, like, the majority of the time. But it's always just so awkward. I hate that combo. Yeah, that... Now I'm away from the wall. I think that's the opening I should always do. Oh, I thought that would stagger him. This thing does not have as much stagger as I'm expecting from a Great Axe. My bad. Wish I knew this opening on the first playthrough. This random charge was a horror. Yep, it's Gaius is really one of those where it's like, once you know all the tricks and techs, and once you look up the meta guide and all that, it's like, oh wow, wow, that's so awesome. But like your first playthrough, it's like, wow, this boss sucks. Wow, I hate this boss. He's gonna slip off here. He's not gonna get stuck. Yeah. Oh, somehow avoided it anyway. I don't know why that happened though. Okay. There is a remembrance boss hitless. And let's go get Gaius's pants. How do you even dodge that? I just tanked him on my playthrough. You get lucky, and like, I'm kind of being actually serious about that. Because depending on exactly when you dodge, it can either have a very large lingering hitbox, or it can have a kind of small hitbox. Not like small, but like much smaller. Ow, ow, I'm stuck on a tree. There's Gaius's pants. It probably, in the square name, shouldn't say Commander Gaius's pants. It should probably say Gaius's greaves, because that's the name of the item, but whatever. I did him so much in my first playthrough, yeah. But pants equals funny, true. I mean, you could still even just take out the word commander, because, like, it's not in the item name, and it's, I feel like, just a little excessive. Okay, let's go Furnace Golem next. That's a pretty good one that we haven't done yet. This is not lockout. It is practice, so it is not lockout, no. It is just me versus me. Yeah, this is just solo practice. The bingo season, yes, will be. Oh, and you get Furnace Visages there, so we kind of have plenty. Oh, you need a good number of Ember of Mesmers, but I do have enough. Okay, and now I just have to remember the way to do it. Me versus me, who's winning? Me. So, you get off there, you look this way. Huzzah! First try. Furnace Golem. 6x6 bingo? Now you're just crazy. He's going mad. In similar vein, the 3 Fire Knight Helm Square is colloquially referred to as hats amongst the player. Yeah. I mean, colloquially, yeah. Whatever you like. The squares, I feel like, should kind of reference the in-game stuff, though. Because the squares are like the law that we're following, and then you can call the law whatever you want, but it must be clear. Okay, so Ancient Dragon, Senesax is a dragon boss. Bale is a dragon boss, so we're definitely doing both of those. And then you have to do the Dueling Peak Drakes, which I assume Drakes count as dragons for dragon bosses. So we're basically set on those. 2 catacombs. There's only 2 catacombs that exist, right? And the other one is here? And they both have a Death Knight? 2 catacombs actually takes forever. 3. Oh, Jory! Right, there's Jory. Yeah. I forgot Jory is a thing. And we do need Midra, so... honestly, I think next one probably is painting rewards, which is a hard one for me to remember. Give me a second you may write it in the chat where the painting rewards start and end, but I'm gonna try to think about them myself to remember. One of them ends at Red Bear. One of them ends on the way up to Bale. I don't know exactly. This mountain is confusing, so there. Who cares? And one of them ends over by this lake. One of them starts, I want to say, over here. One of them starts on the way to Jory. And one of them starts... Third, painting that you find, that you touch. Third one starts... Starts... No. Here. Past Prospect Town. The one past Prospect Town, I think, lines up with the Red Bear. This one lines... No, it wouldn't be this one lines up with that. That wouldn't make sense, right? So this one lines up with the lake, I think. This one lines up with Red Bear. And then Jory, I think, lines up with the dragons. Is that right? Means it could have been much cooler, IMO. Yeah. Let's just go get all of them and then remind ourselves where they yup. But if I got them all right, then that's great. Then that's good. At least with careful thought, I could remember them, which means with a bit more playing with them, I can make them eventually natural. Yeah. You have to have opened Enir Illim for this one, right? And then this was the one that's by Red Bear. So this is the one that kind of sucks, which is unfortunate because it's like the easiest one to get to. Fun solving these mini quests as they are. Maybe my expectations weren't that high. I felt like the paintings were fine. The only thing is that the paintings, like, should have given a little more clues as to the exact spot they were. And, like, the one in the dragon place being like, oh, and then the clouds part, and that was what you were actually seeing. Oh, were you supposed to see the thing in the painting? No, it was hidden behind the clouds. You were just supposed to know to go here, and the clouds would part, and then you could see what was in the painting. It was like, okay, well, that's kind of stupid. Yeah. So that one goes to the lake. Like, you collect the painting early game, and then much later on you're supposed to go... Wait a minute. I believe you go around this way to get to it the quickest. It's like an interesting interaction to me, just really difficult to guess. I mean, it was more like I stumbled upon it. Like I was looking for it for a while. And obviously you knew it had to be in the dragon area because the name is like Painting of Dragons or something. All right, there's painting reward 1. I guess we could head to the dragons now. The Enir Ilum reward I stumbled across randomly and had to reverse engineer, to be honest. Yeah, it feels more like, aside from the one at the dragon lake, feels fine. Like that one you can see and you go like, oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, that's it. The other two, I feel like you only ever find completely by accident when you're not looking for them. If you're looking for them, they feel harder to find than if you are just not looking for them and you just kind of randomly stumble upon them. Which is my sort of problem with them. We could go deflecting hard tier, honestly, for the rest of the... I shouldn't get used to it, I think. See Shadowkeep and Skidoo Tree Chalice on the painting. You can figure out where you would need to be. For the one in the lake, yeah. Haven't ever done paintings in base game. I wish the platinum were more challenging with all of these, to be honest. No, I hate when the platinums are like tediously do like everything. I think that's annoying. I mean, I guess I might as well. I don't know how much this even increases my damage by, but what else am I going to spend it on? I could also probably buy one more decent talisman. Don't rest. The other Mitch will catch up. Also, if we had the FPS fix, this skip down to Ancient Dragon Man is so free. The NPC Slayer moveset. Overhead attacks. Dragon Scale Blade. A good katana. Miyazaki cooked with the naming on this one. He's ancient. He's a man. He's like a dragon. Perfect name. The hyphen always takes me out. They told Kojima he could name one Elden Ring NPC. The game randomized for this bingo. Not the game, only the weapons. Only the weapons are randomized. You end up using a random weapon for it, but otherwise it's the same as what you would always have. Maybe I Rotwing for my final talisman now that I don't really need any more money. So Gold Scarab isn't all that useful.
I want to say thank you to speedrunners. I really learned from y'all, starting from Distortion and then you. How crazy hard speedrunners grind to get good.
Yes.
To be successful. I'm grinding hard to achieve my dream too.
Let's go. Your dream of being a pixel artist? So it was terrifying the first time with peak DLC experiences, yep. Yeah, if you want to, you know, succeed in pretty much anything that's like competitive in some way, you do gotta be grinding. Do not run away. Can't get to his face. He would be dead if I could get to his face. That works. Ooh.
Grant me, take this for scale. Summon me. My limb, but
Summon me. Thank you for the finger.
hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Ankle biting them to death just isn't it. I mean, it's fast. But yeah, it's... The dragon design is definitely focused on how cool they look doing their attacks as opposed to... Oh, I should have rested. Oh, I should have rested. Well, Senesax with nothing. Let's go. Senesax with half heals and no golden vow. Cool. And with getting random lightning at the start, so I had to heal, which got me hit again while I was healing, which got me hit again while I was healing. Yep. 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 Yeah, I should have just, should have probably just rested and then had my resources, but it is what it is. Ah. Oh, not random lightning. Die. Okay, well that took forever. Easy.
Percent raw input percent.
Percent raw input percent. Yo, Foxfang, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Had to tab out to see that behind my bingo board. Unripe banana. Oh yeah, but a banana nonetheless. Is red team chat? No, it's things I've locked myself out of on accident, so I have to remember next time to not lock myself out of them. Okay, let me go back to Gravesite Plain real quick. Chat should be allowed to play bingo against Mitch. What? Do you want to stream that? Rotwing is good. I don't think it's a charge attack build. I think it's just swap this for Rotwing and then call that a day. Decent build. If every X amount of time a random square got marked off. Well, I was thinking every X amount of time chat gets to vote on the square that will screw me over the most to mark off. But that is not for today. That's not for practicing for Speedrun Summit. But at some point, that could be fun. Is it down there or is it up? I think it is down. Right. Isn't it right here? Oh, do I not have the... I didn't grab the painting. I didn't... That would make it... That would make it hard for the painting reward to appear if I Can you get back up from here, or do you have to go back around? I think you have to go back around. Yeah. Who's hosting the Elden Ring bingo this time? Is it Zoodle again? So the bingo season is hosted by Captain_Domo, the bingo baron himself. Well, I guess since I had to go back, I just warp out and get the painting spot real quick. But the event that is coming up this weekend is Speedrun Summit hosted by GSA. And it's going to be me versus Nuclear Pasta Tom. Yeah, Zoodle did host the Randomania event. That, did it include bingo? It's not, like, exactly randomizer content for bingo, but it's close. Team Mitch. There was a bingo showcase. Aha. I did not catch it. Okay, there it is. But while we're heading down here, we might as well get the hippo down here as well. And I guess then, honestly, we might as well go through Jory if we're trying to be sort of time efficient for ourselves. Thinking of is where they had to find the spot on the screen shot that Zoodle hosted. Oh, yeah, that was fun. The GeoGuessr, yeah. It's a thing that honestly, when he told me he was doing, I was like, oh, that's so good. I was like thinking about doing that myself, but I've been too lazy to host anything. If I did host things, I have basically 100 ideas from other games that I watch that I would just steal and bring to Elden Ring or Sekiro or whatever. That if I said all of them out loud, you guys would be like, oh, that sounds so cool. And I'd be like, yeah, but I'm not going to do it because I'm too lazy. So if I ever actually get around to doing it, you'll know. But Sekiro bingo when? Well, we already did one. Definitely there's more planned for the future. Just we've got some pressing stuff right now. We could Rakshasa here for an NPC boss as well. Probably makes sense. Since we need 3, we've done 1 so far. Ancient Dragon Man. Is it only... It's ADM. It's the 4 mausoleums. Are there any other NPC bosses in the DLC besides ADM and the mausoleums? MBT losing his mind in Elden Ring GeoGuessr, yeah. Didn't he somehow end up winning, too? Dane is the most common. Dane! Dane! Of course, Dane. How did I forget about Dane? No, ADM is the most common. ADM is 100% the most common. But Dane is probably a second place, yeah. That's a good point. Honestly, doing Rakshasa on a board is kind of a sick play. Because then afterwards, you can wear Rakshasa's armor for more damage. Dane is definitely one of the bosses in the game. Yeah, I forget because you can so easily lock yourself out of the fight. Oh, this weapon is an NPC slayer. I hate that that roll catches you often. You dodge the first hit and you just get roll caught by the second. And if you get caught by the first, you're just comboed into the second too. Rakshasa was interesting to figure out no-hit strats for. Yeah, I need to learn some no-hit strats for Rakshasa. I've tried so many times, and it's always just like, nope, I'm getting hit. You know, I would love to not get hit, but I'm just gonna get hit now. Not a great fight, to be honest. You know, it's hard to find an NPC fight that is a great fight, so... And by hard, I mean literally impossible. Difficulty impossible. Hippo 2. Holy, he's got a line. Oh, what a Jim Bob. It was never in doubt. Team Mitch, too good. I still don't have level 5 Revered Ash, even though I went through Belurat, which is like the place that has the most, because I've forgotten about some somewhere that I usually would grab. I don't remember where a lot of the Spirit Ash are. I just remember like a few that I would normally get. Do a GeoGuessr for Elden Ring? You'll probably be ranked number 1. There is a GeoGuessr for Elden Ring. There is a website that's a GeoGuessr for Elden Ring, and Zoodle hosted a GeoGuessr for Elden Ring. I was not number 1. I performed pretty well. That was oftentimes that I like had the basically the spot, but it was like, oh no, technically, actually, it's like, okay, all right. I just always take the game intended shortcut here instead of the jumps, because I feel like they just screw me over too often. Number 1, Gino. I mean, that's not how you spell it, but I think Gino has done perfect rounds of the website. Like, it's like 4 or 5 rounds or something, and every single one been, you know, within 3 meters or something. If you gave me enough time, I probably could too, but I'd be a little slow at it because I would know the area. I would know the general location of it, but I would, I would have to search around a little bit for, like, the exact location to the pixel. Did he just try to teleport? I hope he did, but... Oh, really? Oh, now he's gonna try to teleport. Yeah, that sucks. Why is his riposte window so ridiculously short? All right, die. You know, in Domo trading top spots at one stage, but IDK these days, yeah. It's more about who cares about it than it is about, like, who's the best. Because, like, there's multiple people that, if they wanted to, could, you know, could do really, really well at that. But most people found it more like a fun novelty than, like, you know. Because, like, GeoGuessr on Earth is hard. Nobody can have seen every location on the Earth, right? But GeoGuessr in a video game isn't that hard. You can have seen every location in a video game. Red team isn't doing too well. They're about to make the comeback, I'm sure of it. Except Rainbolt. Well, he hasn't seen all the locations. He simply knows. Recognize an island by a rock. I've not been recruited by the CIA, though. Maybe... You never know. They might have in his free time been like, hey, track this down for us. He may have done some secret freelance work that he's not allowed to mention. You never know. All right, so there's one catacomb. It's an immortal who's been wandering the earth for millennia. What younger me imagined geography classes would be about. Yep. Aw, you jerk. You didn't see me. Time we play Elden Ring, I learned something new. OMG. Nice. What did you learn this time? That we're not as good as you again. Are you sure? Chat probably wins, though. Did I go past them without a parry? Because I tried a lot to pass them without being watched, but no way. Yeah? It's just being sneaky through the grass and, you can even use the sounds that alert them to your advantage if you alert them and then go past them. How many weapons are there in Elden Ring? Do you think we could make a tier list of every weapon that exists that I could reference for myself whenever we're in the round table hold buying our weapons at the start of a game? Is a video of that for base game at least? Yeah, but I don't trust someone else's tier list. Like, I'm assuming that's like Rusty or something. And like, Rusty is a fun watch. I like watching Rusty videos. I watch pretty much every Rusty video for the funny things that he says. But like, a lot of his tier lists are just pretty objectively wrong on a lot of things. They're like a good starting point. They'll get you through, but they're not 100% like. And he has some interesting facts too in them, but Rusty is so super funny. Terrible takes. Not always terrible takes, just like sometimes just kind of wrong. He just sometimes way overvalue things that just don't matter. And way undervalues things that matter a lot.
Hollow Knight over Pog.
Does that say Hollow Knight over Pog? Hollow Knight is over forever. It's gone. Deleted. I was sorry for one of his videos. Was an entertaining couple of days. Yeah. Weird that it like got drama because it was like just a normal video of his. It wasn't even like particularly. I guess it's just because Night Rain was popular enough that... This is a torch? Is there any torch square? I don't think there's a torch square. But it's a weapon check. What if it's the greatest torch of all time and we pivot weapons right as we're at Midra? What do you think about the ranking in Night Rain? About, like, Rusty's ranking of things in Night Rain? Wrong, but whatever. Torch only Midra. What did you miss from the first Senesax death? Well, there was a Senesax kill. We got close to Bale. I remembered I didn't have the painting. I came back for the painting, and then because I was at the painting, I kept going all the way through to Midra. So, not a whole lot. Oh, also, I was gonna, before I forget, I was gonna go buy a, some better things for my flask. So I think we swapped to Thorny Cracked Tier. I don't think we go Stone Barbed. I don't think we go Charge Attack build, but I do think we go Thorny. We got a line. The weapon now actually scales with int a bit, which is interesting. What are your top 5 base Elden Ring weapons? Alablaster. I don't know. In no particular order. I don't know if it's top 5, but just like random ones that are really, really, really solid. Alablaster. Great Stars. Omen Killer. Cleaver. Bloodhound's Fang. Serpent Hunter, although I actually kind of feel like Serpent Hunter has kind of fallen off. Kind of fell off compared to some others. But, like, still it's very solid. Starfists, Iron Balls, those, yep. Can't forget those, can't forget those. Falk's is DLC, so not that one. Alablaster, that's it. That is all you need, truly. Is that a hitless Midra? How's that for a hitless Remembrance boss? Midra. Well, Bloodfiend's Arm, that's DLC. They asked for base game. But yes, Bloodfiend's Arm, if we're adding in our DLC weapons now. Bloodfiend's Arm, Falk's, Blades, Claws of Night, the Metter big thumb weapon. Those would be ones I would add in. Okay, let's finish the dragon stuff we were doing. It was such a fun fight. It's so good. Matter, I hardly know her. Bulk's moveset is really good, yeah. Okay, 2 painting rewards. Was the ops in this one? My own stupidity. Red is me locking myself out of squares. I have locked myself out of 3 squares, one of which, silly. I knew that would lock me out. The other 2, a bit of an experiment, and turns out I locked myself out, so I now know that for the future. So it's a good thing that I locked myself out, so I know not to do that. Oh, I also should upgrade my weapon to plus 25. Like, I've had the ancient dragon smithing stone for a while.
I took you no matter to lay out your own.
Don't need this anymore. Did I actually put the new thing into the physic flask? I might not have. I did. The thorny cracked tear, and I don't care. It is. How does the bingo work like the real event? You only have to complete 5 in a row to make bingo, or the whole board? If you get 5 in a row, you win. You just win. Congratulations, you won. But your opponent is going to be trying to stop you from getting 5 in a row, so they can complete squares before you, and then you can't get them. And so if nobody can get 5 in a row, then whoever has the most by the very end would be the winner. Can I, like, can I get punish windows, please? Oh, wait, I need to summon Egon. Hate that move. Where is the Egon summon spot? There it is. God, that move is so horrendous. Okay. Cinema, I suppose.
You shall haunt me.
Curse you, Bale. Don't have the best command? So unfortunate. Okay. Let's do a second catacomb. We're starting to get to the point of not a whole lot left. Well, actually, let's go do Dane. If only fighting Bale felt as good as it looks. If only. Yup. Okay, so now we should get to level 5 Revere Dash. Let me remember the ones that I've forgotten about, because I always had certain ones that I would get. Which ones did I just pass by? Oh, the one here I didn't get. And that's enough. Is that all the ones? Is that the only ones I normally get? I'm so much not a knower of where these are. Ymir has pretty weird moveset, but is he still considered an NPC boss? Yes! Yes, he is. I mean, he's after meta, though, so it's very rare that that would ever come up as a bingo square. Because, like, if you're going all the way through meta to Ymir to, you know, also get the synergy of 3 NPC bosses, your opponent's just going to take the 3 NPC bosses from you first. Extremely niche, yeah, but he would, yeah. Mentor is also NPC boss, despite weird moveset. Yeah. I mean, NPC bosses, like, they're pretty obvious to tell, yeah. The way that they can just, like, roll out of things and, like, they'll just, like, stall and walk at you sometimes, and, like, they just don't have real, like, a real moveset that's actually been crafted and forged. It's just, oh yeah, they can do the attacks that a player can do, and they can do the actions that a player can do. I don't know, just make them pick stuff at random. There you go. Mitch can throw, and Mitch is really good at bingo. You can never count Mitch out. That's true. You can never count Mitch out. Okay, so this is enough spirit blessings, but that is... You need 1, 1, 1, 2, 2. Is that right? So 7 total? Did I get all the ones in Bellarat? Like, I feel like I must not have to be... Only now having the revered level 5 revered spirit ash. You can't do everything Lamenter can and what Ymir can. There is some nuance. I could do everything that Ymir can do. You would just equip the spells that he has. Oh, wait, maybe it's teleporting? Is that a spell? Is there a teleport spell? I can't birth small hands. That's very true, actually, now that I think about it. You're right about that. A shelleport? Spell is Miriam Vanishing. Oh, okay. So that one actually you can do. It's just the birthing hands. You jump as grab? I never tried. I've never tried either, because that sounds scary. Two catacombs. Okay, I guess it would be 2 jails next. There's 3 jails? Bonnie, Belderat, and Lamenter? You probably always do Bonnie, Belderat if you have no reason to be at Lamenter, I think. That sounds right to me. I think Bonnie is the fastest, Bellerat is the second fastest, Lamenter actually is the fastest if you're already there, but Lamenter is the slowest on average because you have to get over to Lamenter. Whereas the other 2 are like fairly close to where you'd already be. It's a talisman as well, yeah. Now that would be also a very rare one to have the talisman be on the Death Knight, because talisman is a very rushable square. You feel cheated by how you can't do the freaky crucible tongue incant that a random Black Knight has. True. I'm really glad that I have Aggie as the partner for when it's actually 2v2 bingo. I guess I only have to practice the DLC squares. I don't even have to practice the co-op squares today. I just thought of that. Since we're doing just a DLC 5x5. Nice. But I'm really glad that I have Aggie as my partner, because it's like I know he's gonna do well in the base game. So all I have to do is well in the DLC. I don't need to crush. Like, I think I'm the worst of the players in my team, which I think is a great place to be. Like, I would rather be the carried than the carry. I would rather not have the all the expectations on my shoulders. Team Maggie. The demi-human queen? What weird hitboxes from both of us. We both missed point blank. There's jail 1. Did you guys finalize your team name? Yes, we are Team Monkey Business. Can you crouch to avoid the spinny spins? You can. You can also just, like, stay so close that they just kind of miss. It's not, like, super consistent to just crouch. If you just crouch and you're far away, you can still get hit. But if you're close enough up, if you're crouched, you definitely won't get hit. But even if you're fully standing and you're close enough, oftentimes you just won't get hit. Monkey Business, yep. It's funny because I suggested to Aggie, I was like, maybe we should do like some sort of like a monkey themed team name. And maybe even it should be like about something with like money or business or something, you know. Like incorporate like the funny like get to work whatever. And somehow I didn't think of monkey business. And then Aggie was like, "What about monkey business?" And I was like, "What? That's perfect. Those are exactly the things that I wanted in a team name. Huzzah!" The name is copyrighted, so enjoy your lawsuit. Yep. Rip the dream. I want breast buddies back. It was more iconic. It was, but we had been vetoed by the Bingo Baron himself. However, we got bingoed because, I don't know, maybe he's gonna get a sponsorship for the event, which would be pretty pog. And if there is a sponsor, I can see not wanting breast buddies. But if there's no sponsor, I petition that we get breast buddies back. Acceptable. I would appreciate it if you could just stay still for a second. Thank you. 2 jails. Demi-human swordsman Josh. Okay, next is probably... Oh, ulcerated tree spirits does require draining the water. I didn't drain it earlier because I was like, oh, there's no reason I need to drain the water. I do need to drain the water, actually. Wait for bingo season again, even just all the practice matches. I love them. Yeah, they're pretty fun. Yeah, he doesn't even notice. Heard from Domo yet whether you'll get mapped for both DLC and base game on screen for Bingus season. That would be cool. I feel like that'd be tough to do, but that would be cool. I mean, I don't know. Maybe not at all times, but maybe they can like swap back and forth. Would still be quite cool. You can get runes to drop from the soul story tree under the water somehow. That would count, right? I don't think so. I think that would... It would be made an exception to, like, nah, that's too cheesy. That's not within the spirit of the square. Even if, like, technically it would. There's a place for one map at a time, but IDK if it was implemented for base game. Yeah. I'm just gonna get blasted. That's fine. Oops. A little late. The other one is... I want to say this way, right? Over here? You, like, have to go up those stairs. There's not a way up over there. Yeah. Take the hit. Nice. Oh, he gives an Iris of Occultation? Did I know that? I probably knew that, but I forgot that for sure. Third one is in Bellarat. That's a slower one. Third one is in Elac River. Is the fastest third one, generally. You can do the Bellarat one, but it requires, like, you have to, like, get the sewer key and then come back and then unlock it and then go down, and it's kind of a whole ordeal. Easy. Okay, and that is basically all of the ones that you would actually ever want to do in a bingo match. And the 5 remaining are the ones you would absolutely not want to do ever, and you hope that you force your opponent into. And then you only do them if they are for the final squares or for some sort of sneaky line or something. The Iris of Grace could be done earlier, but because I had to do Iris of Occultation as well, it has to be done with Jolan and Anna. So, of the remaining terrible ones, first, let's get ready for better. Our team getting smoked. They should be embarrassed. So embarrassing. In this scenario, I want to force Mitch to do them. Yes. Only has 3 bingos, so everything is still in the air. Yeah, it still could go either way. When does Bingo Season 5 start up? October 3rd? Someone said? I don't know. I have not kept track. October 3rd, I think, is the currently scheduled day. That is outdated. Yeah, the exclamation bingo command is outdated. Okay, so now... When see you finally playing, you're goated as commentator though, but you and Aggie are looking like a sick team. Oh yeah. I mean, commentating is the more fun thing to do in my opinion. Like, playing is making the movie, but commentating is watching the movie. You know? Like, commentating is so much fun to just sit back and let all the stress happen to them. And you can be stressed as a commentator, like, oh my god, this is so, like, exciting and close, but you're not stressed like, oh, this is going to ruin my day if it goes the wrong way. You're just stressed like, this is exciting no matter what. This is amazing. But I do think, hopefully, I've gotten better at handling stress since the first bingo season, where the stress was overwhelming. It was so much stress. So hopefully this time we can tone that down a little. It's a weird spot to be in where, like, you really want to do well, but you can't let wanting to do well stress you out to the point that, A, it causes you to play worse, so then you don't do well. And then B, you know, if you don't do well, it can ruin your day, it can ruin your week. Like, you don't want to get to that point. You want to be having fun no matter what, and you'll play better if you're having fun. But it's like, you can't let that be like, oh, well, I just don't care if I'm gonna win. You still need to try, you still need to care, just not too much. You've enjoyed the Monster Hunter GDQ commentary despite knowing very little about those games, yeah. I'm rarely on Twitch. Are you practicing for a specific reason? Is there a new competition soon or something? I'm practicing for 2 specific reasons. One is I'm heading to an event in New York called Speedrun Summit, where it's kind of just a fun time of showing off speedruns of various games. And so that should be a lot of fun. And then, and in that, it's going to be me versus Tom, 1v1 DLC bingo, live there. Then I'll also be doing a Sekiro run, and Tom's also going to be doing an Elden Ring Night Rain run. So, a lot of fun stuff there. And then after that, there is a new season of Bingo Brawlers, which is a team format. And it's going to be me and Aggie versus, you know, other teams. So, practicing to get good at that. DVD's command for bingo says it starts October 3rd. Then let's go with it starts October 3rd. We could probably make our own command. I know you're doing bingo with Aggie. Yeah, it's going to be so much fun. I'm expecting him to do very well, and I'm hoping that I do very well. Aggie has been just a GOAT season after season of bingo. Like, every season he has played so well. So as long as he doesn't phone it in this time, which, you know, maybe he will, just to spite me. But otherwise, I expect he's going to do very well, and all I really have to do is keep up with that, and then we should be a very, very strong team. If we make it to... Hold me to this. Not like, don't be a jerk about it, but hold me to this. If we make top 4, I can say that, you know, goal accomplished, and I don't need to, you know, feel bad about it or feel like, we failed because we only got 3rd or 4th and we didn't get top 2 or whatever. Don't be a jerk about it and be like, hey, you know. But if I'm feeling down after we, you know, get not top 2 or top 1 or whatever, feel free to remind me that before the season I said, if we get top 4, I think that's pretty good. Even if I do think we probably can do even better than that. Okay, I should have said it tonight. These things are a menace during the day. Oh. You know, we'll just... Snaggy versus the world. When is the New York thing? This weekend. The 12th to the 14th. I leave on the 11th. Ow. Okay, can you guys just stop? All these enemies. Gotta be the best feeling getting stunned for 17 seconds. Yeah, from across the map. From something that you could hardly even tell was targeting you. Okay, the reminder to set it tonight. It doesn't matter what else. Just always set it tonight for this area. It's just too annoying without. Oh, he hungry. You should check out DNYC when you're there. What is that? D's nuts on your chin? That's probably not. You probably were being genuine, but... Aha! I got it! I got it! Let's go! He wasn't being genuine and I called it out. Let's go! I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. No one can ever match my awareness. And he's not this guy, he's seen them all. I've definitely not seen them all. I'm just way too overly prepared whenever someone throws a acronym or a name out. Like someone was like, oh, are you going to enjoy doing bingo with Thomas? And I was like, my fight or flight was activated because I was like, who? Thomas? It was just, that was just Aggie's name. And or Nuclear Pasta Tom, I'm sure is Thomas as well. But I was like, I was ready to, I was ready to throw hands. I was like, hey, you're not getting me. Pray tell, what is the mind mind goblin? I couldn't possibly fathom what that could be. Room 4D, yeah, room 4Ds, yep. Or playing Battleship, E10. Sea of Thieves. That's one. My housemate plays Sea of Thieves every time he says it. Every time he'll tell me. So I was playing Sea of Thieves, and I'll just. So he's gotten to the point where he'll be like, so I was playing Sea of Thieves, and he'll just like point at me, and just wait till I say it. About you, Sea of Thieves nuts fit in your... And then they, you know... And then we go on with the conversation. Say the line, Bart. All right, we have almost finished the 6x6. How long? 3 hours, 41 minutes. That seems... I mean, that's long, but we were testing some stuff. But it still feels like you could probably get done 36 squares, probably on average, faster than that. Like... Should probably have been more like a 3-hour endeavor. At some point, it'd get weird if you didn't say the line. What are the red squares for? Ones I accidentally locked myself out of. That is left this way. Locked myself out of all 3 by the same decision. To kill more too early. All I had to do was to wait for the 3rd kindred. But instead, I killed him after 2. Well, actually, I guess I also had to talk to him before doing that, but... Why would you wait when you can just kill? Right. Do you not get kindred cookbooks anymore after killing more? Apparently not. I was unaware of that, so it was something new to know. The wounded kindred was just gone, and the other kindred that I usually get a cookbook from was just gone. The forager brood had just moved on. And, like, it made sense. I was like, oh, that makes sense, but it was not something that I knew either, yeah. What's the lore behind More and the Kindred? He likes them. Bugged. Is the new Bingo Brawler season going to be DLC only, or is it going to be a mix between base and DLC? It's 2v2, one person base game only, one person DLC only. And so the board will have about a third DLC only squares, about a third base game only squares, and then about a third combined squares that require both players to do something. Oh, this is an annoying start. My cleaver is really bad for this. The hitbox was just not what we wanted. And so I get no opener. Here's the phase transition. Huzzah! Weekend event showed this format works quite well. I'm just afraid of the randomness of squares. Oh, the like that they can have a random value. Yeah. Honestly, the thing that I'm most worried about is probably the random weapons. Like, what if I just don't happen to check the same spot as my opponent and they happen to get the best weapon in the game and I'm stuck with some, like, C tier, yeah, it kind of works weapon. Armor sets aren't the same, right? E.g. Ronnie's costume. Imagine a male variant. I'm pretty sure you can just wear Ronnie's robes as a male, and I think it's the same. Is it 3 minutes to prep, or more, or less, or nay? There is 3 minutes to prep, yeah. Great Katana check is still a great katana, though, right? No, it is a great katana or a regular katana. So, It's a little bit of a gamble because all the great katanas are goated. All of the great katanas are goated. If you get a great katana, bam, you're off. You're set, you win. GG, easy, I was the great katana. If you get a regular katana, there's some that are, most are very solid. Katanas overall as a weapon class, very solid choice. And then there's Hand of Millennia, which like costs so much stats, you're just kind of screwed over. And if not Hand of Millennia, there's Serpent Bone Blade, which is fine. It's not good. It's not the worst weapon, but that's what I would call like a C tier weapon. And Meteoric Katana are not the best. Yeah, Meteoric is also... Does Meteoric have bleed on it still, at least? Miyazaki biased for Great Katana? Is he a Monster Hunter fan? He must be. She talked to me. Huzzah. Okay. I guess we do the meta stuff, and then it'll be a long way to consort. It does have bleed, yes. Then yeah, it's not that bad of a weapon. Like that's like then a perfectly fine weapon, probably.
The exalt twice. The star addressed to on the contrary. Now, may you. Is he? I the conceit is then the answer never was America, and this no man we have. He knew that isn't a track that he would feel in the play.
No.
Is he? Do you? America, well, it is then the fingers we all anew.
Gravitas isn't exactly good Ash of War. Who cares about the Ash of War? Most Ash of Wars in this game are kind of trash. It is a rare weapon in Elden Ring where the Ash of War is good and the weapon is bad. Most weapons, if they have, even if they have a good Ash of War, the weapon by itself, if you're just R1ing, is also going to be pretty good. There are some. The one that comes to mind is Death's Poker, which honestly, the weapon itself isn't even like bad. It's just the Ash of War is so ridiculously busted that, you know, it makes the weapon seem bad by comparison. Did you notice Katie's message about St. Trina Square? No. What was it? Click and vibe and then warp back to Grace before You Died pops up, unless that's banned. Is... You mean for the... Not the last one? Because the last one you need to die to get the thing, right? But you're talking about before then, you can, like, get it to technically activate? I don't know. I can check the rules. Bye-bye. For the previous ones. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never thought about that. I don't think I knew that was possible. Backhand blade with Ash of War is good, but it's also good without. Right? Like... Just run away from me? What a kill! That might have been one of my cleanest I've had yet. Opens are the backhand blades randomized with daggers? It's daggers, yes. Which is very unfortunate, because daggers, on average, not the greatest. Did he just hide himself away back here? He did. Okay, and then do you need to... I think you need to warp or quit out here for the first part to spawn. You give the Iris of Grace, then you go get the other summon part, I think, is how it works. Yeah. There it is. There's your lawn, and then the other bit you get to from Hinterlands? Up here, there, yes. All comes down to these last 3 squares. 2 squares now. For sure you have to wait until you regain control of your character to mark. Yeah, but to mark I have to tab out, so I couldn't see when I regained control of my character, so I just marked. And I marked when I thought I regained control, but I guess I was early. Or maybe I wasn't, and you're just saying that as a reminder. Because you regain control of your character when they're speaking. You don't need to wait through their entire speech and all that, and getting the thing. Wait, where's the... Must have just missed it over here. I can see the tower. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so as you're coming in, you go through these rocks and then stay right. Okay. Yolan and Anna. I'll be honest, what do you guys think? I feel like if I removed one square from the DLC bingo side, I feel like it would be that one. I don't mind, you know, having some, like, late game squares and stuff, and, like, it's technically got some, like, synergies with, like, Iris of Grace, and... But isn't there kill Metter, kill Ymir, and acquire Yolan and Ana? Isn't there, like, 3 for, like, this one super late game thing? And the quest line just isn't that interesting? I don't know. I feel like it's the one square that's, like, it's just not really needed. Okay. Now to consort. I'd remove Ymir too. That's such a giant running section. Like, yeah. I mean, maybe. Maybe you'd remove both. But, like, I feel like there's just already so much, yeah. There's like, so much around that it feels like way too, like, whoops, forcing on... So many boards are gonna have this ridiculously long thing. Surely you'll be contented. Don't worry about it. The board should be smartly generated. How so? We have to go through Shadowkeep to get to Metter anyways. Yolan and Ana summon is just extra running. Right, right. Is the Yolan and Ana summon actually good? I never used it. Don't know, never used it. We are the same. Thanks for timing too if base game is fast, because base game player can just be sitting around waiting, right? Can you quit out on doors like this? Or is this allowed? Can I quit out on this door so that I get a chance to, Actually, wait, no. That doesn't even probably save time. But quitting out in a fight is probably fine so that I can buff outside of the fight and summon Horn Scent more easily. Okay, this one's a little too slow for that. Woohoo! Mother. America. A curse upon thee.
Upon him was sublime to think he when he himself yet now in vengeance.
Bro got nuked. Oh yeah. We're a little bit practiced on that boss. Insanely good strafe on this fight that allows you to get off even the slowest charged R2s or long Ash of Wars. It's on the front stab he does. Isn't... Not the one that I did? Or, oh, you mean the long... Yeah, when you stay far away from him and you bait out the... yeah. I know the one you mean. It is definitely good, but I don't like staying far away from him to try to bait it out. I like staying close up and just getting the attacks that you get. First time chatter here. Are keyboard and mouse comfortable to use, and do they feel different from a controller? Comfortable, yes. Different than a controller? I mean, yeah, in that it's always going to be different, but it doesn't feel like a ridiculous amount different. It's not like night and day. It's not like, you know... It's going to be, if you're comfortable with one, you're going to be comfortable with it just fine. I would say the default key bindings for keyboard and mouse tend to be pretty bad, so you kind of have to, you know, fix that. You have to change some of the key bindings to the good ones instead of the bad ones, but once you've done that, it's just fine. You're like a fish out of water with a controller, then yeah, I would recommend keyboard and mouse then, if you are not a fish out of water with keyboard and mouse. Easy skip. Real gamers use dance pad. Case with mouse and keyboard since DS3 is this. Games are made for controller, but when you sort out your keybinds and get used to everything, it's obviously better to use keyboard and mouse. Been the case since DS3 PvP crossbow meta days. I feel like I maybe slightly disagree with the wording of that. Like, because I don't think keyboard and mouse is, like, definitively better. I think there are some minor ways that it can be slightly better. But even as a keyboard and mouse enjoyer and enthusiast, I wouldn't say they're just definitely better. I feel like it's more like the advantages of each are very, very small, and there is like slightly more advantages to keyboard, especially in certain situations where you might get, you know, some pretty good use out of it. Yeah, I do think that FromSoft doesn't really care about the keyboard and mouse in their game that much. They don't seem to take care to make good default key bindings or anything like that. They don't allow you to have separate key bindings for things on keyboard that you could, because you can't do it on controller. They limit you basically to using the same number of buttons on keyboard as you use on controller, even though keyboard has way more buttons. Oh, whoops. But, yeah, once you actually sort that out for yourself, because the developers aren't going to, it works out pretty great. Having keybinds drive me insane. I have to use a hotkey to make it playable. Yep. If they let you set keybinds for everything, for example, each spell slot in the next game, it will be definitely better to run keyboard and mouse. That's true. If you were just allowed to use more buttons on keyboard and mouse, it would just be definitively better. At least at, like, you know, a high level. A lot of people would still feel more comfortable using the control stick for their movement. Like keyboard, like WASD, I have gotten very used to and I find to be very intuitive, but I think a lot of people would be like, oh, I can't do that. Oh, she was just a little too far from me. Got him. Do no-hit runs, etc. There's quite a few precision aim stuff you have to do. Ah. WASD does offer less movement options, though. No, unless you're locked on. It offers exactly the same movement options as long as you are allowed to use your camera as well. The only time I have ever seen the difference in movement between a control stick and WASD ever make a difference in any Souls game ever is specifically in Sekiro. If you are locked onto enemies, you have a different jump animation than if you are not locked onto enemies. So optimal movement in the tutorial when you're not allowed to sprint yet is using jumps, and the jump animation while locked on is faster. So it is faster on controller to lock onto an enemy and jump at a precise angle on the control stick rather than aiming directly there and using WASD, or doing locked on and doing one of the diagonal directions on keyboard. That is the only time I've ever seen the increased movement of a control stick have any bearing. Specifically because while locked on, you can't, you know, change your camera to go the direction you want. Even if you're not locked on, you just want to be looking at a specific thing like a random enemy? Well, sure, but does it matter if the enemy is exactly centered in your screen, or slightly left in your field of view, or slightly right in your field of view? If so, yeah, maybe you've got a point. But if not, and I would argue it isn't, because I've never had a problem with that, I can absolutely look at the thing over here while running this way, and then while running this way, and then, like... And I can move my camera a little so that I can still see what I want to see. Oh, I forgot about the throwing darts. I could have done the thing. Oh gosh, now I'm gonna die. Just kidding, never die. Like, maybe you noticed there on how I was able to dodge all of those things while still being able to, you know, effectively look where I wanted to go. Or here, where I'm going to do this. So that I could see when he stomped, so that I could get over it. Jukes! Is obliterating the red team. It's like they're not even trying. I would even go so far as to say, I think if you asked two people to keep something in their view while running by it, I would go so far as to say, I think keyboard and mouse can do that better. I think both can do it. But I think the way that people control their camera on controller, they tend to, like, touch it a lot less. They tend to kind of leave it in place and only, like, Move it, leave it. Move it, leave it. Move it, leave it. Move it, leave it. Whereas on mouse, people tend to do a lot more, like, small adjustments. So I might even go so far as to say that is advantage keyboard in that very specific scenario that has almost nothing to do with actually playing the game. Probably do that without looking even. Unlock cam management with controllers, probably the skill that most average casual players don't have. Yeah, yeah. You still play on controller on other games? Not often. I generally will play on keyboard and mouse if it's at all reasonable to. Which I have found that on almost every game, it is reasonable to.
Needle Night Ladder and Dry Leaf Lane will never allow.
We'll never allow this. Dang, this is an NPC Slayer. Sheesh, Death's Poker? I hardly know her. In this seed, there is both Ala Blaster and Death's Poker. She thought she could jump. Lamau. Death's Poker? Pivot. What do you have, Dane? Qatar. Okay. What do you have, Leda? Oh, just your... That's right. You don't... This isn't where you get your sword, I guess. Okay, do I happen to have a parry shield? I do! Okay. Well... Pivot. Easy. Don't give me a parry shield. Don't give me a parry shield. You don't want to see what happens when I get a parry shield. Huzzah! Little did Don know he was fighting the real final boss. Okay. So yeah, we would have had the Wounded Kindred of Rot. We had all the stuff for it. I just was locked out. Same with 3 Kindred cookbooks. And then Flora's Axe to Sleep. I would have had to do a little more talking back and forth, but 420 for 36 squares. That still feels a little slow, but In fact, it feels kind of very slow. I don't know. But stop the match. Ah, God. Didn't know you can parry him like that. Would have shaved a lot of attempts off my 1500 level 1 attempts. Well, maybe. I think a lot of level 1 players don't do the parry strats because they're, like, kind of scary. Very easy to mess up slightly on, like, one timing or one positioning being weird and it doesn't let you parry. But yeah. Other 3 squares on accident. So we have 3 threes on the scores. There it is. 3 versus 33. Huge. 7 minutes, 20 seconds per square. That doesn't sound that bad when you put it that way. It's just like, I feel like there should be enough synergy that it should be lower than that. Right? Like if you did let's say 2 hours and the winner got 13 squares, I guess that would be 9.2 minutes per square, but that is also, you know, they would have wasted some effort towards getting the other ones, and also a 2-hour match is very long. For a 90-minute match, which is probably closer to like the average, getting 13 squares, 6.9 minutes per. So it's still a little slower than what you'd expect. It's a little slower than what you'd expect for an hour-and-a-half match, but we were testing some things out as well along the way, and we were being a little... taking our time, practicing. We weren't, like, super rushing, but still, not bad, not bad. I went all corners of the map. I did have to go all corners of the map. Yeah, there was hardly a spot we did not have to go to with it being a 36 square board. Also, you do more like 9 to 10 squares considering it's duo? Well, no, you still do... It's just you do 9 to 10 solo, and then you do, like, you know, several more that are co-op, which generally also take longer. A little bit of everything. Had to do Metter, Enir Illim, and Putrescent, while also running up to at least these snacks. So much running behind it. 7 minutes 20 per square sounds pretty decent. Yeah, I don't think that was like a terrible one. Just I feel like, yeah, we could probably cut that down even more. Okay, but not bad. Sea snacks. Am I not getting what sea snacks is? Okay, so now prepare the next list. Senesax. I see. I was like, what is sea snacks? Okay, so let's make the next set. Let's just do a 5x5 for our second practice. I don't think I can stop after just practicing those, but let's make our next one a 5x5. So that so that we're not here all night. those ones out, and then... Wait, why? Season. Okay. Oh, it's because it's a .json. Okay. All right. Oh, that was the next 36. I don't want the next 36. I want the next 25. So, hold on. Let me lower this a little. We should go to 928 there. Deleted. Okay. 7. This is second 25. Okay. So now browse for that one. Upload that one. Error generating board, no valid board possible. Well, that would be because it's currently still a 6x6. So if I set it to 5x5, new board generated. That works. What's the meme of Pepe with dented head? Dentj? Okay, I want to go to the bathroom real quick before we start up the next one, but hopefully... So this 5x5 solo, if we could get this done in 2.5 hours, that would be really good, I think. Under 3, I think, is acceptable, but under 2.5, I think, would be really good. Because if you can black out a board in 2.5, then getting just your half of it, or in our case, it's going to be quarter of it, kind of, done in a real match in, you know, an hour to an hour and a half should be right there. BRB. Another round, 10-hour stream. No, this is a 5x5. This one will be shorter. BRB. All right, I'm back. We'll try to do Saint Trina, Metter, Consort, and Senesax again. They can't be on this one. They're 25 new squares. In order to make sure I get to practice all the possible squares, they are all going to be different ones. So that way I can make sure that I have seen every single square, because I am making sure that I'm doing only new ones that I haven't seen yet. So we have like 3 more streams. We have today, well, this stream. We have the next stream. We have the stream after that. And then if there's a 4th one, it's going to be either a very short one or a very early one. Which honestly, depending on my sleep schedule, if my sleep schedule is somewhat normal, I do want to do a 4th one. It'll just be very early. And if nobody can watch it and we have 0 viewers, I don't care. I'll just be doing it for my own practice. It'll just be like a last second, okay, let's do Sekiro into bingo, into Sekiro into bingo, kind of like a, you know, just get ready for both type thing, like we did with the speedruns where we did Sekiro and Get to Work back to back. I want to do that 4th one, but we'll see if my sleep schedule permits. If by the time I wake up, it's so late that it's like, oh, I have to sleep again soon in order to be able to make my flight, then I don't know about that. Mitch ending? No, we're just talking about what I will do later. So yeah, we can go ahead and start this one. Maybe that was confusing that I suddenly started talking about future plans instead of this current one. Practice 2. Okay. You get a practice run with someone on 4th stream, like an actual DLC run. More likely that'll be tomorrow or the day after, rather than the final one. But I would like to do some practice against people, yeah, if possible. Honestly, maybe we ask Tom and we practice between the 2 of us specifically. We might even do like a practice where we can talk with each other and have it a little more, you know, casual. Because that's going to be more of the vibes at Speedrun Summit. It's not like super hardcore bingo, like, which makes me feel really good because I don't think I'm gonna, you know, be 100% ready by then. But as long as that's okay, that it's more chill, more vibes, then that's good. Is it the modified that you start with 50 vigor? Yes. Okay, let's start remembering our pre-game stuff that we do. Do those things. Okay. Oh, 5x5 looks so much smaller. It's truly wild how much smaller just being 5x5 looks.
You're not, then why not? I am Carly.
3 larval tiers, so I will have to make sure that it is night. Okay, we said we always purchase, regardless of the situation. Strength not, dex not, to make sure I can wield my weapon. And there it is. Great Jar's Arsenal. So that we're chilling on space. Now set it to night and start thinking about things. We need a lot of runes. Lamenter. Ugh. Jory. 4 perfume we can get along the way to things. A Death Knight isn't so bad. 1 legendary Ash summon. We can do on the way to that. There's 4 sorceries, 4 incantations. I do not remember those. 2 dragon hearts. Do you get a dragon heart from the magma worm? Did you set up the physic? I did not. Good call. 4 hefty pots is not too bad. 4 is a lower number. We can grab one on our way through at the start here. Why is it now day? That's day, right? Yeah. Why does that happen? Does anyone know what that is? Why does it set it to day sometimes? I don't think you can get a Dragon Heart from the Magma Worm. Okay, Queeline and Bellerad isn't so bad. DLC Ashes of War. Queeline gives a DLC Ash of War, or you pick one up from near him? Savage Lion's Claw is obviously a good one. Leda and her companions, ugh. 2 DLC full armor sets. We can go for Egon this time because we don't need Egon. Acquire a Leda rune. Verdigris Discus. A lot of more, like, faster collectible ones here. Let's start with Larval Tears. I'm born in the cave that leaves ADM, drops Dragonheart. Okay, that's probably one of the fastest ones to do then for Dragonhearts, because we don't need other dragons that I see. Let's grab the pot here. Hefty pot. I also wanna... in an actual board, you'd probably just rush Larval Tears and, like, screw the rest of this, but for practice, I'm gonna grab this. Dupe of Remembrance is an interesting one. Golden Braid. Hand. Scorpion Stew. Scorpion Stew you can lock yourself out of if you burn the Erd tree, right? Burn the ceiling tree? Not the Erd tree, the... Kill a boss with a +0 weapon. Hopefully we will have a good +0 weapon for that. We can check Katana for a Great Katana if needed. That's probably a pretty early one as well. Larval Tears is would probably be the rush here in an actual game. Killing Mesmer locks you out of Scorpion Stew. Just killing Mesmer. You don't even have to burn the ceiling tree. I mean, there's not really a reason to. Kill Mesmer here, so it's probably fine. If it's 3 Larval Tears, it's gonna be this one. This one's like a super fast one. And then is it the one by Prospect Town, or is it the one up by Egon? Probably Egon for this particular board. Because we want Egon for his DLC armor set. The other one we can grab by Red Bear. I mostly just need to think about the incants and the sorceries. Sorceries, I feel like... I don't know about the number 4, but I think I remember sorceries being like you should always ring 2 bells, and that gets you 3 sorceries. Incants, though... Incants, I don't remember. Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. Remembrance, Matting Hand, NPC. You get a sorcery from Gaius Remembrance. Yeah, you also get one from Mesmer and Romina? At least from Romina, I'm pretty sure. Okay, let's rush-ish the larval tears. Four sorceries are specifically DLC sorceries. So it's 4 sorceries that are acquired from the DLC, but what you acquire, since it's a quote-unquote weapon, will be randomized. You just need something that is a sorcery, and you as the DLC player acquire it. I mean, it should be an incant. No idea what Mesmer gives. Yeah. I know Mesmer gives his spear. I don't know what the other thing he gives is. Watch many bingo challenges. What does the D mean in each square? It means it's for DLC, because this is from a list that had DLC squares, base game squares, and cooperative squares. But if it was 5 larval tiers, what would be the 4th and 5th that I would get? The 4th could be Prospect Town. Makes sense. What's a 5th one that's good? Oh, by Red Bear, right? We'd do the whole skip and we'd get the one by Red Bear, I think. Yeah, if we needed 5, I think those would be the 5. Also, usually different color coded too. Yeah, I'm just happen to only be doing DLC squares. Okay, so let's grab... Oh, let's not grab Egons yet, but let's actually go... Let's do +0 weapon first. So let's go back to the Table of Lost Grace, get a weapon at +0, and take him out. Oh, and if we knew we were doing a +0 weapon, we could have spent more of our money on not upgrading our weapon because, you know. Oh, I forgot to re-randomize. That's a problem. I do want to practice with more weapons. Oops. This bingo will be right back. Stop match. Randomize new board. New seed. It's just squares. Yeah, we could have exclamation letters point to exclamation squares. If you think there's a better name for it, we can just have them point to each other. I think AGNL knows how to do that, how to make a command point to another command. TBF squares makes more sense. Yeah, but we can have multiple exclamation marks that point to the same thing, and then if we update only the one command of squares, then it will update everything that points to it as well, which is neat. Okay, now we should be re-randomized. And now the real practice too. We're at the rate limit. Yep. All right. Start match.
I can also that you're not then why not? I am Carlin.
This is the exact same board, by the way, just with things in different placements. Was it necessary to do that? No. But I did it.
Goodbye.
Okay. Squares make the most sense, but the convention I've seen in all other chats is letters and colors. Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, we don't really need to think too much about what we're doing here, since it's the same as what we were just doing. See, it sets it today again. Is this Grace just bugged to always set it today? Yeah, this Grace is just bugged to always set it today. Okay, well, I'm gonna report that to the bingo commission. Does it also work if you warp towards it? It does. This Grace, if you ever interact with this Grace, just sets it today. That's so dumb. Domo fix. For the DLC cinema intro. That's probably it, yeah. But that's bad for bingo, because we need it to start his night for a lot of things. Reported to the bingo board of directors. You'll be hearing from our lawyers. Okay, so when the timer counts down, it always makes the most sense to start with rushing out and grabbing something, if possible. So for this board... that would be the larval tears. Honestly, since we re-randomed it, I guess the numbers could be different. But... oh, now it's 3 DLC full armor sets. Yeah, it is different. With 3 DLC full armor sets, that actually changes things a bit. I should pretend like I'm actually doing this. I shouldn't randomly grab talismans that I don't think I would actually grab. So I think you would... ignore the skidoo tree here for rushing the larval tears. There's another thing that I also really want to have for the bingo board, and I don't know if this will be reasonable for me to ask, but I think it would be really, really cool if, while tabbed into the game, you could use some keybinds, for example, numpad, in order to navigate a selection on the bingo board, and then have a keybind to mark my selected square. So that way, you don't have to tab out when it's square marking time. You can just have the selection over the square that you're about to complete. You complete the square, and right at the exact moment, you press the Mark My Selection button. So you don't have to find it on the list every time. You don't have to tab out and try to get my mouse over there, which is a huge disadvantage to mouse and keyboard players. If that can be implemented for the season, I think that would be really cool. But I have forgotten to actually make that as a formal suggestion yet. But I mean, it's just like, I think it's just like a big advantage to everyone. Right now, players are basically already doing that by having their mouse on the other screen, hovering over the square that they want to mark, so that they can just click their mouse when they want to mark it, which obviously I can't do as keyboard and mouse. But this just implements that solution for everyone. Bit cheaper option than having an actual tracker on the mod. Yeah, and Domo has said he wants the skill of marking squares to stay as a skill. So that would maintain the skill of marking things. But do it in a fair way. I don't think he means the literal mechanical skill of moving your mouse over onto the other screen. I think he means, you know, knowing when is the proper time to mark something. Was it Josh one season who lost a square in a game because he couldn't find the square? It's been a lot of people in a lot of seasons. Wait. It's here. I think I was supposed to... Hold on, let me find the proper path for this. If you want... Do you just go around if you want the armor set and not the painting? Be nice to see for the viewer which task the player is going for currently. Yeah, I think it could be cool as well. Oh, there's a curse blade there? I don't even... Yeah, you just go entirely around if this is what you want. There's one DLC armor set. Oh, actually, right here, I should go back to the Table of Lost Grace. Players, I'm not sure, but if you watch Domo, official streams during the competitions usually has squares that are rushable players are doing with a small star. Yeah, you can star squares already. It's just, you can't, like, be ready to mark them. So having a keybind for marking something with a star, having a keybind for toggling things up by one, I think could be really, really cool. Okay. Trash. Alablaster. Well, we know what we would use normally. Should I use something different to not make this too easy on myself? The answer is no. I should just use Alablaster. If I wasn't using Alablaster, is there anything here good? No. I think if I wasn't using Alablaster, I would check the katana spot. How much int does it need? Well, it doesn't actually technically need the int, but 18. We should get the int anyway. You can check the katana spot to put yourself in the spirit of it. I suppose. Also, I didn't need the knight set because I had the DLC basically equivalent Oathseeker Knight, which is effectively identical. Yeah, I should have run Oathseeker in this particular game. That's a thing to think about. If you are getting DLC armor sets, and it makes sense to grab the Oathseeker Knights. Or, honestly, any of them. Just run with those. You don't need to buy the Knights. Buying Knights is only for if you are saving time by not picking up armor sets. You cannot grease Alablaster, so something to keep in mind. Oh, 3 perfume bottles. I should have grabbed the perfume bottle on the way in. Grabbing it here on the way out actually isn't that bad either, but I think the way in would have been slightly faster. Especially if I don't remember the exact positioning of it. There it is. Now it's 7 incantations. Holy! But only 3 sorceries. Egon Armor Gaming. Oathseeker. He seeks oats. Ah.
Lady let us under the tarn. My name is I too. So here's to new big. Well, I'm not as
I don't think I would actually do this in a game. I think I would just go straight to the +0 kill, but since I need it anyway.
Give me
3 sorceries just running to Ymir? No, he has 3 from the start. You know, I might have to ask Domo about that, because originally it said 3 DLC sorceries, or in other words, sorceries that would originally be DLC sorceries. Because, yeah, that seems way too easy if you can just buy the 3 from the start from Ymir. But normally those are base game sorceries. And so normally those, like, don't count. You know? But because the square got changed in wording to just say sorceries, not DLC sorceries, maybe they do. If so, it's a very rushable square, which I'm okay with, because at least that's, like, easier on my brain. I don't have to remember all the sorcery spots, but doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of it then. When do we get rid of the camera control options? When the bot wasn't working. It's working again now, so they could be back on, but... Oh, +0 weapon, no, status is pretty slow. Even if it is the most goated weapon in the game, you really do want status. I should have done club with status, I think would have been faster. A little bit more tricky, though. That technically, yet another square just fully involving Ymir. Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about squares just involving Ymir. It was more about, like, involving the entire Ymir questline. Like, a rushable square at Ymir, I think, is fine. Like, if there was a square that was, like, acquire the finger whistle. I'm not going to say that's, like, a great square, but I'm okay with just rushable objectives like that. Are there other weapons like Alablaster that have hidden benefits with Charged R2? Not sure. Would hate to get bullied like this, yep. And unfortunately, it's still so slow. Because we don't have status. Level 1, no status is suffering. Get over here, please. Thank you. I do not want to alert the Omen Killer. Yeah, it probably would like make the most sense to like apply the statuses with Club and then maybe swap to Alablaster after. I forgot just how little damage level 1 weapons do. Also, I am now doing really 0 damage because it's taken more than 3 minutes. So my Physic Flask wore out, so I don't even have the stats for my weapon anymore. And now I'm so committed. It's gonna take so long, but I'm so committed. Yeah, they patched in the low-cost Alablaster tonight. I'm not 100% sure that that is actually what happened, but we were all pretty sure that it did not have the low stamina cost. And then I tried it the other day, and we were all pretty sure it did have the low stamina cost. So it seems like they patched in the low stamina cost, that was not a bug. That is intended functionality. Well, I would definitely be losing this square. If this was an actual board, I would have had to give up on this. Once I saw how little damage I was doing, I would have had to go back and buy greases instead. So that kind of makes the +0 square and the with 3 or 4 status effects or whatever square kind of the same square, because that's like just the best way to do it if you're doing a +0. What's my skidoo? 0. I rushed here. I could have had it at least at 1 or 2, which would have helped as well. Oh. That was a little spooky. 8-minute fight already, yeah. This would definitely be a match throwing decision. But good to learn. Okay, so if you don't have statuses,
Currently, to make
just
a good deal
don't
to sell
do
my car and
+0.
belongings to put all money on your team, Mitch. Keep practicing. I want to buy a house at the end of DD5.
Journal entry number 87. The boss still has not died. I wonder if I may ever finish with this boss. Nice. Fine choice Zoodle, they'll win for sure. Surely. There's no way that I throw all the matches by trying to make +0 no stat Ala Blaster work. Huzzah! Oh boy, okay. Was it worth it? Well, we did get an Ash of War out of it. So we now have 2 DLC Ash of Wars. But otherwise, heck no. "11 minutes. There's definitely some monkey business behavior. Well, On the bright side, we now have enough runes that I can level... What would you need? 1 strength, 2 dex? It was all I should have just put that in right away. There was... And now we can actually use our weapon. I had 2 Skidoo Tree that I could have just done. That would have helped. Anywho, DLC Ash of Wars. We should finish that one off real quick, because that's a fast one that we could do. Let's do the one on the Scarab over here. Would probably be our best, fastest idea. Although we should not have a +0 weapon. Hold on a sec. Been away, have you missed? A perfectly legal, inbounds, and easy to execute skip to Consort Radon. Yeah, I did exactly that. Yeah, that, Yep.
You know matter how you...
It lasted so long, it's night again. No, clearly we did it in one night. Clearly. Wait, is that the Blessed Bone Shard right there as well? Hold on, let me double check. I think it is. Unwieldable +0 weapon with 0 Skidoo boss. Hitless. Should be a squire. Yeah. I just want to remember that this is the Blessed Bone Shard. It is. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Remember that. That is a potentially useful. If you're going to do Heal the Wounded Kindred, always grab that. It's not over here, it's at this set of runes. Right? No. It is the further. But it's right there. There we go. That's the third DLC Ash of War. Woo. Okay, well that was... This has been quite the start to our bingoing adventure. Let's see. We DLC Spirit Ashes. We're gonna get a legendary Spirit Ash. Let's go get the legendary one right now. Which I think you can only do as Telu or the other one. And Telu is slower unless you want to synergize it, I believe. I'm not sure what game it is that we put that command for. There's an incant. We can also get our 3 DLC full armor sets now. Wouldn't be too difficult. Fans about Sekiro, but works well enough for Elden Ring 2. Well, the thing is, I don't think that's true about Sekiro anymore. I don't think most runners do use controller. I think it has flipped. I think more runners use keyboard now than controller. Elden Ring, I think, is still more controller. Certainly Bingo is more controller. Pure speedrunners, though, I'm not sure. Do you have any reason to do red there? I don't think so. So I don't think we need this. We grab the Spirit Ash first, but then I probably actually come back for the two-handed talisman. Realistically. Like, it is just ridiculous how good it is. That is a... Whoops, not that one. DLC Legendary Ash. And what's the best way down from here? I guess it's to go back the way I came. Yeah. We've done this before. You have to do this, otherwise you die. I mean, I don't know if two-handed talisman would absolutely be worth it, but it feels like it should be worth it. Honestly, it probably isn't. It probably isn't. Let me skip it. We'll get better practice without having more damage. Let me skip it. Okay, so then... Are our full armor sets? Remember our cool guard counter tech? Which is going to be less helpful on Alablaster because guard counters... will probably take the normal amount of stamina. Oh, but look at that damage efficiency with Alablaster. DLC armor set 2. Hey, GBK. The 11th of September, you can change your name. That's when I fly out to go to Speedrun Summit in New York. So I'm not going to be able to make you change your name again until at least I get back from that. A tech to kill Egon. Yep. Very important tech. Verdigris Discus could be a good next one. It's pretty easy after we get this unlocked. That's 3 DLC armor sets, which is there. Let's go Verdigris Discus. Poor Egon. He never stood a chance. Oh! Wonder if that flight's gonna be really empty. I know I'd try to avoid flying on that date. What? That's silly. It's just a day. Be a good bit if it didn't take so long to change it back. No. It's a good bit because it takes so long to change it back. You gotta really commit to the bit. I'm left thinking about my mom every time 07 chats. Your mom is a horse girl? Or were we talking about... Oh, next iteration is your mother. Oh, I see. Okay. So if I do... this version of the skip, we end up at a pretty decent spot. I like that. Happy Mother's Day. Forget the Verdigris Discus is a DLC talisman, because, like, it would never last to this point anyway. Okay, are there any other ones that feel fairly rushable? Is there a 4th good hefty pot? Because we have one. We can easily get 2 more right there. Is there a 4th one? You could go into Bellarat jail, but that kind of takes a little while, and getting out is a pain. You could go into Bonnie jail. I don't actually remember if Bonnie jail has any, but I think it does. But that's... No. Yeah, Bellarat has like a bunch. Bonnie jail has like 1. And then... No, Bonnie jail maybe has 2. Lamenter jail has like 1. I don't remember. You could get the 4th one there, but that's pretty far, like... to leave it, but I mean, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's fine. Oh, it's only 3 perfumer bottles, too. And I've already got 2. So left is Lightning Ram, Lamenter, and Madness. None of those are particular. I have to go to Giant Lightning, Rolling Lightning Ram anyway. The best play at this point in a game, I think, would be Rolling Giant Lightning Ram and Perfume Bottle Synergy. Three in Bellarat Jail, 1 in Scorched Ruins. Yeah, but you get some in Bonnie Village, like, immediately along the way anyway. So, like, it feels like going into Bellarat Jail feels kind of a waste, especially because I didn't even go over and grab the Grace checking for the katana or anything. But if I thought that was the next best square on the board and I was like, oh, you know, I'm going to get raced for this, I think, yeah, you'd have to go into Bellarat Jail. You'd want to go in there with as few runes as possible, because you do not want to leave those, because you're going to have to Memory of Grace out. In fact, it's best even to not grab the Grace at the start of the jail whatsoever. Grab the 3 and then Memory of Grace so you're all the way out so you don't have to run back out again. You could technically combine that with Memory of Grace for 300,000 runes. Be a weird combination, because you could, as soon as you have 300,000 runes, you could just Memory of Grace. You don't have to run into Bellarat Jail first, but... and potentially give up the square. What am I doing? You can just... mogging? We will be soon when we've got a few more runes. I don't know if it makes too much sense to rush that, as opposed to just spend the runes getting powerful first, but... Oh, do I remember there was tech that we had for the Rolling Giant Lightning Ram? Any tech rememberers? Was it like this thing? And then we would go this. It was that. Mark off the perfumer bottles. Oh, late. You do need to know how fast your weapon swings. But yeah, that's it. Without major spoilers, how was Silksong? About as good as Hollow Knight. Much better bosses. Kind of worse. Everything else felt a little bit more like it wanted to annoy rather than wanted to make you have fun in a lot of areas and aspects. Changes for the sake of changes that were more complicated but not necessarily more interesting. By no means bad, just, you know, you make comparisons to the first, and compared to the first, I think a lot of it didn't exactly hold up, but the first was really, really, really good, so for it to be, like, slightly worse than the first in a lot of ways is not bad. Hooray, Rolling Giant Lightning Ram. Tech Rememberer. That still took a while, though, just waiting for him to roll around a few times. Is there anything I'd want to do while down here? I don't think so. We can't get to Lamenter from here. I don't think there's like a reverse up to Lamenter, so... honestly, Queeline and Bellarat is not a bad call right here now. E33 is still the game of the year. For me, yes. For me, E33 is still my game of the year. Now, I haven't 100%ed Silksong, so maybe by the end of everything, and I get the true ending, and there's a new super secret extra final boss, whatever, and it's, oh my god, it's so peak. I have to rate this game 10 out of 10, but... my guess is it will remain as, it was really good, it was basically Hollow Knight again. It felt more annoying, but I really, really liked the bosses. They really hard carry it. Yeah, peak getting game of the year would, even get indie game of the year would be very surprising. I do think Silksong will win game of the year. I don't think I'm enough in the majority of that. Looking at Twitter, there's definitely people that are like also, you know, having annoyances with Silksong, but most of them haven't even gotten to the annoying bits. Most of them are complaining about like the not even that bad bits and saying it's too hard, which like is kind of fair with everything doing double damage. But like the real annoying bits come later, and anybody who's gotten to there already has played a lot of Silksong already and is, you know, going to be rating it as their 10 out of 10 because they love it so much that they needed to marathon it in the first few days. So I think it's either people that aren't going to get to the parts that, you know, I'm like, eh, or it's people that love it. So I don't think there's going to be that many people that have the same opinion as I do. So I think it will win Game of the Year. Because the people that like it, love it.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet in the
Oh,
embrace of
another Ash of War. Didn't need this one. Okay, Queeline. Okay. You're being a little rude right now. Did you ever think about my feelings? Oh, whoops. I was a little early on the marking. It has annoying bits throughout TBF in the embrace of Messmer's flame. E33 is made to be Game of the Year IMO, realistic graphics, shortish, indie team with nice development story, deep story. That's true. That's true. But Silksong also crashed all the payment processor servers, whatever. Payment servers. So... Okay, yeah, let's do the 4 hefty pots. Let's do the pots in Bellarat so that I can actually remember where they are, because I do think that would be a smart thing to do. Although I want to have my runes spent first. Let's spend the runes on getting stronger, and we'll worry about the 300,000 runes later, because you can just do that after, like, Mesmer or something. So I'm going to want that. We're going to be a charged attack build. So Axe Talisman. Golden Vow. Flame grant me strength. Don't need any of that. Crafting kit just in case. Spiked. And Faith. I think that's it. Okay. E33 was made by me, if I remember correctly. I'm not 100% sure you do remember correctly, but, you know, maybe. Oh, I wasn't even wearing the Great Jar's Arsenal that I was supposed to be wearing. Oops. I guess I didn't need to, because Alabaster is not too heavy. I'm kind of surprised I was still medium with a full armor set and weapon at only 10 endurance. Okay, don't grab the Grace. Plan to Mog out. For A means game. Yeah. Okay, don't grab that. Yeah, see, it's so far into the jail that you finally get the 3, the 3 hefty pots. Don't let him grab you. Because he can sometimes pull you through the floor, and then you don't get your hefty pot. So there's hefty pot 2. Here's to see if Night Rain gets any nominations for prize beat. I want to see people getting mad over Elden Ring for the 3rd time. True. I could see there being... Okay, what was my path through here? It was... It was not stick right. There will eventually be a part that's stick right. But it's like... Yeah, it should have gone over. Get to the exit. Don't take the exit. Instead, go over this... I think this was the stick right. I don't know if this was supposed to be the first one I grabbed or the second, though. But you do this for one of them. I think that was supposed to be the second one, and then we're basically back out to the exit. If you wanted to continue along. Yeah. Where the other one is you go over here. And... This feels like there could be a... Oh, and it is just around to the left and then make this jump. That work. Is that the intended way? I feel like the intended way is to be here, which requires you to go around to there. So it's like partial left around. How did I not get grabbed? Aaron's definitely better with friends type game nomination. Yeah, multiplayer game of the year. I mean, I could see it. But so then it should be grab. Yeah, go that way. Grab this. Go off this way. Over. Keep straight. Over to here. Grab the other one. Okay, that's what it should be. And then you mog out. 4 empty pots. Scorpion Stew right now actually isn't too bad. We're kind of close on that. Gets us also a remembrance to dupe. I didn't even think about... I don't really think about the Dancing Lion as being a remembrance, but like... It is. Also potentially gives an Ash of War if you need it. Blood Fiction is also multiplayer, though. I mean, people... It might end up as, like, a game of the year, a multiplayer game of the year, but from what I saw of people playing it, it looked fine. Like, I watched Aggie and Parky play it, and they were like, oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, that's it? Okay. That, like, they were not impressed. In the same way that people were impressed with It Takes Two. It felt like a much more impersonal story. And it felt like those games needed the story to be very personal, to be like game of the year, you know, amazing quality. Otherwise, they're just kind of like okay-ish platforming games where you happen to be playing with two people. Did you finish Silk Song? If so, is it better than the first? I got an ending of Silk Song. I haven't gotten 100% of things, and I would say it's about as good as the first. I would say maybe, if anything, slightly worse, although I did like the boss fights a lot more. I've seen people really love Split Fiction. I'm sure some people do. I'm sure but all right, charged attacks whenever we are able. Really? Okay, just full combo. Nice. She does not say Hagale, nor does she say Shaw or Edino. We did get one, Skarama. Okay, I'm literally holding the button and you do no attack. Cool game, cool game. Cool game, yeah. I love random lightning. I love random lightning. Okay. Don't forget to pick up the Divine Beast head.
I forgive such after as of it. Oh, have my and take when they let them my.
Oh, that's an incant too. It's so funny how the character picture just gets messed up when you're wearing this helm. Not a tsundere. 07 is the most tsundere person I've ever seen. Scorpion stew.
Beast from higher sphere delivered. We beg of thee to dance and
From here, would it make the most sense to do Death Knight? Oh, there is perfumed oil of Rana. I should have done that while I was down at the Elak River downstream. I want to go do that. It's just bullying now. Always bully 07. There's some people that just set themselves up for bullying. It would be wrong of you not to bully them. Starro, Chris, and 07 are alike in that way. DVD pronounces tsundere as sun deer. Like gun deer? Oh, you mean Starro bitch. Yeah, that guy. Yeah. Starro piss. Udex a tsundere. That's what I mean, though. There's some people, they've got an aura of being bullied. A perpetual kick me sign on their back. Starred no maidens. There's nothing else down here that I would need, I think. So, oop, where am I going? It is up there, but it's more to the left. There it is. I think probably Death Knight after. The two best Dragonheart bosses is probably the one by the Great Katana and the Magma Worm, with no other synergies on this board around it. I should go around this one. Fumed Oil of Rana. Leda Rune, honestly, maybe isn't a bad one now as well. It's just I haven't, like, had a reason to go into the Shadow Keep yet. You would probably go frontside Shadow Keep. Yeah, you'd almost certainly go frontside Shadow Keep for it. So I think Death Knight would actually be faster right now. Wait. I've been to Templetown Ruins. That's a faster way to get to the Death Knight. Actually, it's probably not because I already have the Grace in front of... But it's at least a cooler way to get there that I can remember. Taking advantage of chat not being on screen so we can clip this out of context and send it to Chris. Yep. I don't know, it kind of is the context. Was there any no context moments? I feel like all the moments had context. In them themselves. Is it east? That seems like it'll work. It didn't work. Oh, I need to double jump in the air and then I would have had it. But it doesn't let you double jump near the bottom. That sucks. There we go. That one easily makes it. The cooler way to the Death Knight. I bought dropping the ball there. I think you might have to have a space after. I think it's... Yeah. I think the question mark throws it off because it assumes that your word is no longer the word why. Yeah, so there's a synergy with Death Knight or Catacombs and legendary Spirit Ashes that I should think about. I already thought of the one for Red Bear. That one was fairly obvious, but... Who's weak? I didn't make that one. I haven't made any of my complicated commands. Okay, let's see just how much Alablaster can bully, I could replace the Blessed Blue Dew. Okay, not as much as you might expect. Oh, nice bonk on the wall. Yeah, I got people for that. There is a Death Knight. And then probably the last... Oh, we can dupe a Remembrance, actually, real quick. Oh, and that brings us partially to the backside, but not all the way. I was gonna say that brings us to the end of the, like, early-ish squares, but no, there's still kind of more that are not super late. What exactly is the death in the Death Knight? The class Lightning. I mean, death is not the opposite of light. Death may be associated with darkness, but is not its direct synonym. Lightning certainly can cause death. When is the race? September 13th, where I will be at Speedrun Summit, racing Tom 1v1. And then there's also an entire bingo season starting October 3rd. I don't need to grab that pot, but... Is this the only dupe spot that makes any sense? You'd have to... Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that you'd go Oh Mother and do that one. Doesn't really make sense that you'd go past... I mean, there could be a time where you go past Ancient Dragon Man and then get down there that way. Technically, I could have gotten there from Perfumed Oil of Rana down there, but, like, realistically, no. This is where you would dupe much greater than 90% of the time. What's the channel for the marathon? So it says that it'll be rebroadcast on my channel, which is cool. Or the main broadcast is twitch.tv/speedrun. Pretty easy to remember. Speedrun this. No one is doing slow runs. Well, I mean, they are. They're just not bragging about it. We did a pretty slow run of Skong. Like 30 hours in and we haven't 100%ed the game. Oh, right. We were going to dupe. After duping, we could pop the remembrances, and hopefully that's enough to Mog. Or Remembrance of the Dancing Lion has an incant, I think. We probably want to use it for that, then. An incant or an Ash of War, I think. Banjo is definitely doing slow runs. True. Is Lies of P the best non-FromSoft game? Yes. Easily not close. There isn't even, like, a clear second place. In my mind, second place is Kazan, but I recognize that it does have, you know, some problems, and also isn't exactly FromSoft-like. Duped. Dupe. While we're here, let's also check out if he just has 3 sorceries we can buy. That's just like done. Can even tell you another Souls-like game off the top of my head. I mean, I could tell you a lot. I just can't tell you another one that's like, oh my god, that's so good. Another Crab's Treasure is my 3rd place as well. And again, it's, you know, it's a little, like, it's really good, but it's not like overly Souls-like. Yeah, he immediately sells not just 3, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But all of these, I believe, are base game ones, if you haven't... Actually, maybe Miriam's Vanishing? No. Miriam sounds like a base game person. I don't... Let me check the rules on these. Let me check the rules on these. Bingo Brawlers. Rules. New updated rule set for Season 5. This would be a DLC specific rule. Cannot use the Furnace Golem to kill Crucible Knight Devonia. Highland armor set is allowed for the DLC armor set square. I don't know why it wouldn't be, but it says it's allowed. Bale counts as a remembrance boss. Ancient Dragon Man counts as NPC boss, but not as dragon boss. Shields are not weapons. Base game bosses in the DLC are Demi-Human Mariga, Tree Sentinels, Falling Star Beast, Deathrite Bird, and Senisax. Bale's incants count as a remembrance weapon. Red Bear NPC counts towards Red Bear Square and Lion Hippo Bear Squares. Florisax Sleep Square is marked upon reacquiring control of character. Drinking Tiolier Concoction Square marked on loading screen, not on death text. Giving Iris of any kind is marked upon reacquiring control of character. Interacting with dialogue on Mikola crosses is counted towards visits. Round Table is only allowed to buy armor. Both types of smithing stones. Round Table is only allowed to buy armor. Both types of smithing stones. Does that mean not weapons? You can buy weapons in Round Table, right? Everyone's been doing that? I think that rule needs to be cleaned up. Mark, healing Kindred of Rot as soon as the bug is done with recovery animation. Both versions of the Gravebird armor piece count towards the set. Assisting NPCs in defeating Leda counts as killing an NPC invader, but not the other way around. Okay. So there's no ruling that says these are not sorceries. I mean, they weren't in the weekend event that we did, but there is no ruling that says these are not sorceries currently. So I don't know what you want from me. You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy. Weird. Wukong is not really a Souls-like, yeah. And I think Lies of P still kicks the crap out of Wukong. I think Lies of P is way better than Wukong, even on a just like one-to-one, not considering how Souls-like they are. What was I doing back here? I had a purpose. I was thinking about sorceries. Ah. I was thinking about incantations. No, it's an Ash of War and a talisman. Ah, it's not an incant. I was wrong. Oh, not quite enough, though, if I pop both. In the Sorcery Scare used to say, acquire 3 DLC sorceries. Yeah, but now that they've been randomized, it doesn't make, like, too much sense to say DLC sorceries, because the DLC sorceries are randomized into base game sorceries, I believe, is how it works. So, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know the ruling and the change on that. Lies of P looks really good, but I hate how many glitch skips they have in the game. It just comes off as lack of detail, in your opinion. What? What? Are you... Is that like a troll opinion? Is that... You would never encounter them on a normal playthrough. Basically, every single one has already been patched out, if that was your concern. And there's speedrunners using stuff. If that affects your view of it, I will try not to be too harsh, but like is kind of just a dumb thing to say. Like, the speedrunners being able to break games is not a game's lack of polish. It is a speedrunner's ridiculous trial. If you encounter them casually, that affecting your opinion, totally get it. Totally get it. You just run into random stuff and like, oh, the game doesn't work. And like, now it's ruining this experience. But seeing somebody else try really hard to break the game and magically be successful, isn't like, oh man, the game is so unpolished. You know, it would be like, oh, you know, I really, you know, I wouldn't want to buy this car because people that take, you know, bats to it are able to destroy the windows. It's like, but that's, it's not saying the windows are necessarily flimsy if they have to get out bigger and bigger bats and start, you know, hiring Major League Baseball players to start swinging the bats in order to eventually get them to crack. Did Mitch win or did Mitch come back? I did it all. Like, Lies of P was such a solid game. It was so hard to break. It took us so many, like, literal weeks of trying to, like, find anything that worked. We thought it was going to be an unbreakable game. Like, it's that ridiculously polished. Even if that was a concern, which, like, I still don't think, even if we were able to break it day one, I don't think that is a negative. But even if it was, like, it took us so long even to be able to do that. Okay, I think we go Golden Braid and then Leda Rune. Makes sense to me. Was this Popsicle Awe Sword? The Alablaster. My beloved. Like, I don't know that I have heard of anyone encountering any bugs? Maybe that's too far in Lies of P, but like at least encountering any large ones. I'm not sure I've ever heard of somebody encountering a large bug in Lies of P in their casual playthrough. I'm sure it's happened. There's no way that nobody has ever encountered a bug, but like it was so rare. I encountered literally zero despite like trying to break things. Any game that gets speedrun a lot and didn't get broken like that? I honestly can't think of any. Can anybody think of a game that... I mean, I can think of games that got, like, most of their stuff patched out. Like, Lies of P eventually got, like, most of its stuff patched out. Can anybody think of a game that, from release, had nothing? No skips, no glitches, no sequence breaks, no... Because I don't know that I can think of a single one, ever. Chess? Okay. Now we're skirting the rules here real quick. All right. Pong. There's probably some glitches in Pong. You try hard enough. Half-Life 1 doesn't have like void outside the map, etc. skips. That's funny because Half-Life 2 has like a lot. I guess it's because they changed the physics engine. Super Mario 64. Yeah, you might want to retract that one. This was just extremely optimized in map. Interesting. I think left is faster. Yeah, right, you just have to climb and like go back to the left anyway. So yeah, left is always faster. There's no reason to ever go right. Why did they even make a right path? I was thinking because the braid ends up right, but like, doesn't really make sense. This is an incant? Yes. We do need more incants. Braid. Okay, I think Dragonheart's next. No, it should be Laterune next. Laterune is not that bad from where we have. And we need to get a Laterune. Do we help Leda or do we kill Leda for it?
I am led at you two, then you must have a while my true wait. I can weep. I should have those are the horn on one with the enchant on the other. Perhaps you can allow me some.
I think allow me some time to mull it over is enough, and then we just head to the back section. Umatami Tensei 3 is a pretty bugless game. Funnily enough, the glitch speedrun category only appeared after the remaster introduced some new bugs. Silksong is to Hollow Knight as DS2 is to Dark Souls. Tried some interesting new things, but also trolls you hard. If we take out the... And also is kind of different enough to not court the same audience, where a lot of people that really like the first one don't really like the second one, then I can see the, like... the similarities of, like, yes, they are both more troll, but I feel like Silksong is also like just very no, okay, that isn't enough. You do have to talk to her once more. It's probably, I think it's quit out. I think it's, she says time to mull it over, you quit out, and then you talk to her again. Help her, I think. Later, Rune, you kill her. Okay, we've got conflicting results here. I think it is you kill her. I think it is you kill her. I don't think she awards you. No, I need time to mull it over. What?
The impaired in revenge. How could I revenge? Celeste, you. Celeste, you.
It took me long, and I believe it.
You just have to go through all of.
Even if his lineage.
Yeah. You have to go through all of Hornsense dialogue. That's right. The duality of chat. DS2 and Bloodborne didn't exist, Silksong would get a pass. Well, it's like they ignored the complaints of those two games and implemented them anyway. I don't think that's the case. Like, it's enough of a different genre. I don't think that's... And I think a lot of the things are annoying on their own, even without... No, do not assist Leda, assist Hornsent. Bingus! Yo, what up, Seljuice?
Worthy Hornsent, I will dispose of you before your
Bloody Finger vanquished, and...
Not interfere. This is my revenge.
Later rune. Good. I did it right. Okay. We might have, though... Does that sever the rift where Hornsent is now... I don't know what happens now with Hornsent. You know, do we know what the next FromSoft project is yet? Nope. Oh, he is left. Okay. Let's go Dragon Hearts. Oh, actually, before we do... 300,000 runes. Bye-bye. Another Elden Ring re-release. Ah, of course. Easy. Later rune is Hefty Souls as well, I think. Yeah, we can pop that the next time we're, like, leveling or whatever. I would assume it's Hefty runes. If they give you this special rune reward and it's worth, like, 3,000 runes, that would be, pretty disappointing. And what is the katana we could have gotten? Serpent Bone Blade. Good thing we didn't go with that. Come on. Dragons gotta always just be moving things around so you can't nicely hit them. Finally. Dragonheart and Somber Ancient, which we can use to upgrade real quick. Why is Alablaster rated? You know, the Bingo OGs pick it up ASAP. Yeah, so... its damage... solid. Not the greatest thing ever that you've seen, but, like, quite solid. Nothing bad about its damage whatsoever. Its moveset, great. That, like, slap back and forth, like, super fast, super quick. High damage, or motion value, like, very nice moveset. Heavy enough that it can stagger, any, like, flinchable thing. Like, Black Knight, staggered to death. NPCs, staggered to death. But those are just the basics. Those are just the, oh, well, whatever. You know, that's just why it would be a decent weapon. To a good weapon. The R2 costs, like, no stamina, including the charged R2. So you can just keep swinging. Other weapons, you would need to swing a few times, stop, get your stamina back. Swing a few times, stop, get your stamina back. This one, you just keep swinging. You never have to worry about having stamina at the end to roll with. You never have to worry about stamina to, you know, to just keep getting damage in. You don't have to worry about, like, oh my god, I suddenly ran out of stamina right as I was about to this, and now I'm screwed. So its DPS, even though its damage isn't, like, that incredible, its damage per second over a long fight is really, really good, because you can just keep swinging. He's still alive. How's practice been going? It's been going pretty good. Completed a 6x6 in 4 hours. Okay. You die. Like, look at how little stamina that costs. The only thing it's really missing is a status, so it's less good in the DLC than it was in the base game, but... because DLC has such inflated health pools that status is king. 2 dragon hearts. That's like dagger R1 stam cost. Yep. Loves to spread the good word of Alablaster. And all of you should love to spread the good word of Alablaster. How could you not? With how good it is. Am I going to need to go down past Ancient Dragon Man at all? I don't think so. I think I have to mog out. I don't think there's a better solution. Goodbye, 100,000 runes. Okay. So nothing from here is something I particularly want to do. Oh no, we do need to for Lamenter. Oops. Should have just gone there. I forgot about Lamenter. And now we're gonna go right back into where I just mogged out of. I lament you, Lamenter. Easy skip. Easy skip. Not even close. Mogged out to show off the skip. That's right. It was worth it. So just like watch what happens with an NPC. Oh. He's a little too backsteppy. It might not work great on him. On NPCs that don't backstep a lot, you can just trap them actually forever. If I can get him against a wall, it also might just work. Yeah. You can just do this. I actually managed to run out of stamina, which is impressive. Yeah. That's why we love Alablaster. Stun locked. I don't think I've seen anyone get that skip without Gaia's sword. It's actually, it's a very easy, quote unquote easy, not like that easy, but it's a very reasonable skip. It's not too difficult. If the frame rate of your game is below 60 slightly. Not like 59, but like 59.999997. And it's literally impossible, actually does not work, if your frame rate is above 60. 60.00012558 or whatever the frame rate that Elden Ring naturally runs at. So, for a lot of people, it's kind of a coin flip of whether you make it or not, based on whether your frame rate is slightly above 60 or slightly below 60. Stun slopped. The slop of stuns. Why does it depend on FPS? Because everything in the game depends on FPS, technically. But jumping just does a really bad job of where it cuts off. So, the way that a game has to deal with frame rate is one of two ways. It can either try to run its calculations entirely separately of frame rate and just show you things every time, you know, a frame happens. Or it can try to perform one calculation per frame and show you, and like literally however long the frame is how much in-game physical time is passing each time that it shows you a frame. Elden Ring does the... It calculates how much time has passed based on how long it was between this frame and your last frame. And so it needs to approximate how much time is passing. So it goes, you were moving at this speed, and the frame lasted for 0.13 seconds or whatever, or 0.16, I think. So therefore, you should have moved this far, and it will actually move your character that far on that frame. when you jump, there is like a thing in the game for your speed to get reduced, right? When you jump, it like eventually slows you down to 0. I don't know if you've like noticed that when you're jumping, you start off with a lot of speed and then you like slow down to 0 eventually, so that eventually you're just, whoops, wrong one, so that you're eventually just falling straight down. But depending on your frame rate, that slowing you down can either be applied right before one of the frames that happens, so you are slowed on that frame and you go much less distance because of it, or it can happen right after that frame happens. So you don't get slowed down until you have already moved, and so you only get slowed down on the next frame, and so you get a lot more distance. Or at least that's my theory. I'm not a frame, you know, specific looking at her, but that is my theory, is when the game applies the slowdown. That's called gravity? Nope. That would be called air resistance, if anything, in real life. But in real life, you never slow down to no horizontal speed. You always maintain some horizontal speed. Really? All right. I thought we would live that, but I guess not. I am a professional frame looker at her, can confirm your correctitude. Okay, cool. So imagine a bus. So basically, like, if you're going at a fairly constant... I was literally healing as well. I got clipped by so much of the one below. That really sucked. This armor must not be very good against whatever damage type they're doing. Cosmic told me the bus is wrong. Look, the bus is right enough. It's just a bus that's offset by 6 cycles. So you're not actually waiting for the most recent bus. You get on a bus, but then you only actually leave and depart from the bus after 6 more buses have arrived. Just always heal for these guys because they're just... I don't need the thing, so I don't need to do the skip. I tried to do the skip anyway, just for swag. They do emotional damage, and it hurts me every time. So this one, if you jump all the way down, he doesn't scream, that's right. Locked! Why did I think that I had the key already when I don't have the key already? I'm doing things out of order. You ever try and double jump like in Night Rain? Surprisingly, no. Not this one. The next one. Why do I not remember this place very well? I mean, I guess I hardly ever come in here, but... this one. Because it's been... I haven't done, like, that much bingo-specific practice. And this is a square that I generally will let my opponent have if they want it. Because I do not want to have incidents. We have seen incidents for this square. There we go. What if you have to block a line with this square? Yeah, I will do it. Absolutely, I will do it if I need to. It's just one of those that is an avoid, not a never do. There's no square that's ever a never. It's just, there's a lot of squares that are, I would rather not. Nuh-uh, not this time. Will the Ash of War bring the fakes together? Yes, it honestly probably would have been pretty good on that fight. I probably should have used it. It doesn't have like a gigantic range, but it's definitely got it good enough. It probably would have caught like 3-ish of them. Okay, so now, do I remember where DLC Spirit Ashes are? I got a legendary one. I think there's one in the Fort of Reprimand, if I remember right. Can you do Lamenter Laugh? No. What an interesting fight. Swing, swing, swing. Yup. He should have learned how to dodge. You can't even try to port out while on a ladder? Okay. Okay, just to double check. Yeah, I have the 2, I have the legendary, and that one. What other good ash or spirit ashes are there? There's Telu, but that seems like an unnecessary amount of time to spend to get a spirit ash. There's Yosh, but that's a way unnecessary amount of time to spend. What other good spirit ashes are there? Yolan and Anna. That would be a while. What if Reprimand has an easy pickup? We just got it. That one. Mesmer Soldier, Hilde in Shadowkeep Rafters. Okay. Gravebird in Charo's Hidden... Ooh, we've been to Charo's Hidden Grave, so we should grab that one. That would make the most sense for where we currently are. Yosh and Mira in jails. Yeah, Taylor Norris in base. Scorpion Ashes in Rau. Oh, I very vaguely remember that. Where do you get the bird ashes here? Oh, it's like up, right? It's like you go through and then around this way? Or you don't go through and you go around the other way. Past the furnace skull. Oh, no, it's that one. What's the one I'm thinking of up there? A sorcery? An incant? There's something up there, right? Scorpion Ashes and Rao are a common pickup. Yeah, that makes sense. The Scorpion Ashes are... Let's get more than the 3 we need. Let's just keep getting the, like, good ones to try to remember where they are. How did you get up there again? Is it around like this? No. I thought I remembered a spirit... Spirit Spring is this game. Stream was Night Rain. Oh, there is one. Okay. I was like, shouldn't there be one? But I didn't see it from far away. I mean, during a Skong break. Okay, so that would be 3, but let's keep remembering. I do have the Loft Grace, so this one would also make sense with the routing we've done so far. Is 7 incants hard? I'm not sure, because I don't remember where incants are. I feel like it's probably not, like, that hard, but... it's one that I don't remember very well. Wait. So you wanna... I guess it is go around over here, climb the ladder. What was your overall thoughts on the game? Enjoy it or no? Enjoyed it, yeah, but I would say probably a little less than Hollow Knight 1 overall. Although I really like the bosses in Skong. Do you have to like send? Is this the only way to do it? Ooh. Wait, is this even the way to do it? Wait. I guess it is, and then, yeah. And then he's confused. Scorpion let's check out the Scorpion Ashes in Rao. Alright, I'll take this down so I'm not getting blasted. Want to be thorough, there's also Finger Creeper Ashes past Oh Mother where you fight the hand. Right. Andres and Hugh are in the catacombs. Oh, yeah, but those ones sucked to get. I remember that, yeah. Manfly is before Jory Catacomb. Yeah, it was, like, off on the side path, yeah. And Big Mouth Imp Ashes are in the Catacomb. That one, I think, wasn't so bad if you were going to Jory anyway. Chief Bloodfiend drops an Ash, yeah. Your Queeline and Iris of Grace, he drops his ash. There are 2 in Enir Illim. Okay, yeah, so there are a good number, but a lot of them are pretty annoying to get to. With the all-nighter? No, we're just finishing up this game. We're just finishing up this one practice. So next we should start thinking about incantations. There's in Rao, there's some good incantations. There's the pest threads on the way to Romina. There's the multiple like crucible ones, I think 2 of them. $20 total in the DLC. That's a good bit. This one for practice, then the one after this to unwind with before bed. Yeah. I mean, after this, it's just Jory and then all the way through to Leda and her companions, which is, that's going to be a little wild, but... Well, Jory, Matting Hand, and then Leda, and then as long as I can remember where incants are. I think I remember it being like, if you want incants, you're probably going to have to go to Rau, because there's a bunch there. Fire guy drops an incant. Oh, that guy? That we just passed by? Yeah, that would probably be a pretty quick one along the way, because he's pretty stun-lockable with Alablaster. Have I grabbed any so far? I've grabbed 3 so far. I don't remember where. Oh, also the... Ashes here. Let me remember where. Was it like... I don't remember here where it was. Where's the ash that's here? The spirit ash? I think it was in this upper section of the ruins. I just can't remember where. One on the normal way to Bonnie Village, in the ruins of behind. Wasn't like through here, was it? Certainly not that. Oh, you've got a... No, you've got spirit calculus. I don't care about that. Circle as you enter the first room of the drop. Drop down here? No doors required. Okay, no doors. Not that. First drop down in Rao. Okay, hold on. Let me go back from the start. Yeah. Wait. Oh, I think I remember. I think I remember. I might misremember, but I think I remember. Here, and then it's like out to the right. Over here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then you just continue on around. And end where you want to be. Okay. Yeah. That's really not complicated. I was definitely making that a bigger deal than it needed to be. This place confuses me so much, yeah. Okay, now incants here. Back section, which gives Fire Serpent, Wrath from Afar, and Minor Erdtree. I mean, I know there's this one. Was there something at the Sword of Light and Darkness? Because I remember doing the Sword of Light and Darkness skip after getting this. I would get this, I would go on the elevator, and then I would do the skip, but I don't remember why. That's the ruins. I guess it's just to get up faster rather than going around. Was what it was all it was. You just would climb up here. You would line yourself up with this, which I don't really exactly remember the lineup, but oops. Hold forward on the second one. Not that close. The skip is for Sword of Light and Dark. Going around is faster by quite a bit. This is 20 seconds slower even on first try skip. Oh. This is only for Sword of Light and Dark. But isn't it faster though if you're going? Isn't there a thing over there? Okay. Okay, I'll just go around. I thought CBD told me this was faster. Just faster. Wait. Oh, yeah, you just go. There's a path that leads right to Romina elevator. Just this here, right? And then Was there anything over here? I have this, not this, but this feeling that there was an item. No, that's just a cookbook. I don't know why I thought that was a thing. Ow. CBD sabotaging already. Has threads near here as well. Yeah, it's behind the stairs up to Romina. It's right around here. Ow. Okay. So that was 2 in Rao, and then you can also, I think you can kill Romina. I think that is another one. Almost positive. So that makes 3 in Rao that you can get. Where are the other ones? There's some that I've already grabbed. I grabbed the one that was from Morth Ruins North there. That one's a good one to grab a lot of the times, I think. Clarify Ruins of is the Sword of Light altar on the way to Jori. Oh. On the way, okay. There's an incant in there. Get in there nicely. 5 incants in Rao. Ooh, 3 in backside, then 2 near back section. Wait. 5 in Rao. So we've gotten 2, potential 3 with Romina. What are the ones that I'm missing? Let's go for those. I think just knowing all the ones in Rao is gonna just be a big play, because I feel like that's kind of just what you need. I feel like you just have to go Rao if you want to get incants, realistically. Incant in the Morth Ruins hole. Yeah. Salza and Pestos. Salza. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I guess that's close enough to Rao. Yeah. Pest Thread Spears. Where's that one? Is that not the one that I just got? I mean, that's not going to show here. I got the one under Romina, and I got the one that is the, normally the Crucible incant. Under the Romina staircase. Okay, I have that one. So, besides Romina, under the staircase, Salza, and the Crucible. Oh, you got some health. I hate that them backing up has hyper armor and also damages you. Okay, there's another one. Golden Arcs. Well, the one right before the staircase. Golden Arcs is on the ground, guarded by a bird warrior. You can jump down from Romina Grace by jumping onto the gazebo from above. I did not grab that one, no. I forgot about that one. And it's where? I did not remember this one. Oh, this. This? This. Okay. Okay. So there's all 5 potentially. And then you said back section and near back section. Where would those be? I think we have 7 already at this point, but... Yeah, not counting the 2 that we bought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fire Serpent is before the Grace. Overlooking the lever you'd pull to rotate the staircase. Wait, before the loft Grace. Overlooking. Oh, okay, like the little like outside section ish. Not like outside, but like looking this way. Overlooking. Aha! Yes, that's a good one. That's a great one. Wrath from Afar is in the rafters. You can take the ladder up going to Gaius, but instead turn around and drop down. Okay, that sounds good. But instead, take the ladder up, but then turn around and drop down. Minor Erd Tree is in Shaman Village. Okay, I did already grab that one. And drop down. Oh, drop down. Aha! Okay, yeah, that's a nice one. So those are the 3 that you said in the backside, and then you said 2 near the backside? Which I guess would be the Morth Ruins on the way. And... something else? I love Elden Ring. Let's go. What up, your boy? And then obviously the rest of the squares I know how to get to. Morth Ruins area is healed from afar, and the Spiral Tree incant in the ruins in a chest. Do I remember the chest? So there's 2 in Morth Ruins. Drop down after Shatterstone Talisman. Well. Wait. Not this drop down, surely. It is down here. Oh. Oh, That is it. That's a way to it. And then, what was the other one? Oh, Heal from Afar was the one I picked up. That's north of Morth Ruins. Is that the correct way to get down here? Why did I feel like you entered Morth Ruins more south to get through? I must just be silly. Faster way was a little sketchy of a drop down. Okay. Huge string pickup. You got to remember that one. Write that one down. Everyone make sure to write that one down. It will be on the test. Okay, we'll call that good. And then you could climb up to Bonnie. It'd probably still be faster to warp out and drop down to Bonnie. But huzzah. Okay, and then I guess that's all the ones that I should remember. That's 7, 8, 9. I miss it. Can someone from the class share their notes? Very important soft cotton pickup in ruin-strewn precipice. True. But unironically. Alright, cool. Let's call that good. And then we'll do some Jory Matting Hand. And then the classic, do all of the main bosses to get to Leda and her companions. I think I changed my mind about the, I didn't pick up the two-handed talisman in this game, and I think I should have. I think it would have helped and made up the time spent to get it. I honestly probably also could have gotten Blade of Mercy, and it probably would have been good. Blade of Mercy, though, you know, in the early rush, you don't really want to do it, and going back for it feels more out of the way, but... Other cute incants like Rings of Spectral Light and Fissure and Roar of Regalia, those are rarely grabbed. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I don't, at this point, for a weekend showcase, I don't need to know everyone like I would want to know everyone in a bingo season, although I probably won't. I'll probably forget some. But for a weekend showcase, just having some that I know where they are so that I don't sit there and go, I'm not sure what to do. Tom, where are incants?
Hydrate.
Is good enough for me. Hold on a sec. Thank you for the hydrate. That might have been the first hydrate all night, or maybe just the first one that I actually recognized because I wasn't focusing too much. I'm just such a nerd about Bingus. It's a great thing to be. Do you think that you're, like, also a great player of Bingus? Or just a nerd about knowing things? Working on a 2v2 mod before Domo announced Season 5, so I've been nerding out about this format harder than most. Let's go. Being Domo and Bingus was able to raise CVD and was handed to me by Tom. Ah, well. You and me will have something in common then after this weekend. But yeah, you've beaten Domo and Bingus. That's good. That's real good. So nice. Let's go. All you got to do is start streaming and get an audience, and you can probably be in a future bingo season. Beat blanks by technicality. Ooh, okay. Spelled his name wrong. Or maybe you do already. I apologize if I'm supposed to... you know. I've done this to Parky, where Parky came into chat. I didn't know who she was, hadn't seen her before, and I was like, oh, you... Man, you really, you know your stuff about Sekiro. Wow. You could probably be like a good... 2v2 format, we were just better than his teammate. Ah, I see. The disrespect. And she wasn't, she didn't have her partner badge on, but I like, you know, afterwards. I looked at her stream numbers and I was like, wow, hey, she's actually got like a lot of viewers. And I was like, she'll probably be partner soon. Like, this is awesome. I said that, like, oh, you'll probably get partner soon. She's like, I've been partner for years. I was like, oh. Well, why don't you have the partner badge on? You streamed an average of 3 viewers, so no, you shouldn't know me. Uh-huh. Hey, keep at it, though, and especially with good bingo play and, like, knowledge and analyzing. That could grow. When does Bingo Brawl Season 5 start? October, yeah. October 3rd, we believe, is the estimated date. You stay on the dark gray walkway, that imps don't aggro onto you there. Does that save you stamina, or is the dark gray walkway... Because I didn't feel like I had to go out of my way for the imps or anything. Or was that a previous section that you were talking about? Save stamina doesn't lose you a ton of time. Okay. Ow. That's what I thought. Oh, I didn't get around him. That was dumb of me. I just didn't even, like... I just thought the animation was longer when it just is not. Can't get around it. No. Just as I started pressing the sprint button to try to sprint around him. But, oh, then I need to stop sprinting in order to get the backstab. And what does the game do? Oh, you sprinted, then stopped sprinting? That means roll. Because we absolutely could not have those be separate buttons, so you could precisely tell the game what you want to do. No, no, no. Those simply must be the same button. No. Why are they... He just summons on his attacks? I didn't even know that. Alright, Alablaster, not the greatest backstab weapon of all time. That is probably its one major flaw. And actually fully compute that's only like 3 weeks away. Yep. Fun fact, it was all due to all the positive feedback from players on the Jory fight that inspired them to make you face Revenant twice in Night Rain. People love ads. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, yeah. Vike's War Spear? Perfect for Libra. Let me add him. Well, that's a solid DPS increase. Oh, Spectral Steed is frightened. Okay, did not get done in 2.5 hours like I was hoping, but we did also waste 11 minutes on an early square, so... And honestly, we're pretty close. Unfortunately, the last square is probably going to take another 15 minutes or something. And that is why Alablaster is the GOAT. Well, so he's not here, so I have no idea what that's going to mean for whether I can summon him in Mesmer, and whether I can or cannot, whether he's going to be fighting me at Leda and friends. Can you Madness Leda and friends, actually? Yeah, you could. I don't think it would be that effective, but you could. Yeah, I know that, but I don't know if I can do that because of what I've already done with acquiring the Leda rune. Okay, she's just gonna completely block the doorway so I can't do anything. Or if you kill with Leda. Okay. Did not do that, did the other option. Brother. Wow, that could not have been more unlucky. And now we don't even get the respawn here. The perfectly blocked doorway. I mean, I shouldn't do that, though. I should do the, what we were doing in speedruns, where you just don't alert it, is what I should be doing. I just kind of forgot that that's a strat. If you kill Leda, summoning Hornsent, you must fight him. That's so weird. He knows that she's trying to kill him. He's like, but I'll team up with them anyway. And I literally save him. I save his life from her, and then he decides to team up with her against me. Should be able to summon still? Okay, if I can still summon, then we're good still. Someone should... Ah, I see the summon. You're there. There is the summon. I don't know if that's worth it, but I feel like it's a much nicer start to the fight to quit out and start from the door. Yeah, that was way late to do that. You can sneak in an attack there usually, but yeah, that was way too late to do that. And especially on that low health because he did the instant explosion that I couldn't get out of. That sucked. Yeah, I know you can do that. We do that in the speed runs. Oh! Get blasted. Oh, baby. There it is. Your ugliness. Ah! I mean, I don't know why I need endurance. I've got infinite stamina anyway, but and I wish not by him to be redeemed. Go. Look, we're EP. There were not too many Guz because we're all EP. I too EP. It's almost 7 a.m. Bye-bye. Give me the runes. For once in my life. Not EP. All right, it's a race to the final square. If we get this, we win. Red is looking pretty good. Canton, summon pickups here are too late to be worth learning. I think so. I mean, there is technically synergy, but like for incants, you'd have passed through Rao. So why are you not just getting the ones in Rao, right? And the ones like by Rao, you should have all the incants, right? And this is literally forced after Rao. Summons. I mean, the one in, the one in Fort of Reprimand is free. You just can just grab that one for no time. You would have to have gone through Shadow Keep, which probably gets you at least one more. What would be a third, like, that you would guaranteed have by this time? I mean, maybe this could theoretically be a third. But download the Opera browser, will you get money or only if I buy something? It's completely free. You just download it from the link that Nightbot just put in the YouTube chat. And that's it. And that is all you need to do. You can make an account. You don't have to. You definitely do not have to spend any money. Entirely free, just space on your hard drive that you're giving up and the time that it takes to download a thing. Probably also install it, run it once, so that it can actually, like, tell that you actually downloaded it, but that's about it. You see it, let's go. Used to use Opera on my Nintendo Wii. Hey, there you go. You probably didn't have all the features of GX with custom themes and being able to limit your internet and CPU usage from your browser. int second scaling? No, it's definitely dex second scaling. Interesting. Hey, Lada's yapping here. Luckily, we get to skip it all. Well, not all. We have to hear the first, like, half a line. Doesn't have to justify the fight for me to kick her butt, so quit your monologuing. Yeah. Or at least let me hit you in the middle of your monologue. If I sing some opera, does that work? It might. You could try it.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow.
All right, they're gonna never allow this. I think they might be allowing this. What do you guys think? Are they allowing this, or are they never allowing this?
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a compatriot.
Oh, wait, they actually might never be allowing this. With a weapon like Alablaster, I actually think I should not summon Natan. I think he actually is slowing the fight down. By, when he's summoned, she's, like, more likely to roll. What? A second Alablaster? Is that legal? We could dual wield them. But not actually. Power stancing. Does that work? I mean, it functions. I don't know if I'd call that working. Also, we just got Leda and her companions. We don't even have to do Radahn. I forgot. Huzzah! Alright, GG. Under 3 hours. Under 3 hours with throwing away 10 minutes at the start of the match for no reason. That's not bad. That's not bad. And by for no reason, I mean because I actually thought it would work out a lot better than it did. Take that, non-believers. It's a little faster than the previous round. Well, the previous one was 6x6, so... Does this mean we can finally have chat back? I mean, this means I'm going to bed, so you can have your chat back while I'm asleep. So one more round, one more. Yo, thanks, Dead. We take it. Deal. Okay, all right. So chat is now back on the screen, and we're going to bed. And there you go. Chat's back. That's deal solved. Holy, we are so back. As you can clearly see, chat is on screen. It's very clear to see that chat is so on screen right now. All right. Well, okay. So looking at the people that I follow or have recommended to raid, would you like to watch Hollow Knight Silksong or 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 wait, Hollow Knight Silk Song, or every single person that it's like live channels we think you'll like. Silk Song. Back to Ashina Reservoir. Yep. All right. Let's raid. Let's raid somebody who is less likely to be much further than me, I think. Because she's only on day 3, not day 4. And we have done, I think, at least 3 days of Hollow Knight. Let's raid Jenny. If you do not want to see any Silk Song spoilers, I'm letting you know that right now. You can raid, say hi, and run. Or if you're like, no, I don't want to see even a single frame of Silk Song and you need to leave before we raid, totally understandable. But we're going to raid Jennifer, who is playing Hollow Knight Silk Song. Perhaps a little Hollow Knight Silk Song? They made a second Hollow Knight? Holy, why haven't I heard of it before? This is the first time hearing of it. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.